Good morning, hello, and welcome back to our Elden Ring journey. Good morning, good day, good evening to you wherever you are. Let us get back into the game. So, to address a couple of things first, although, you know what? Let's get out of this. Oh god, how I wish I could just sit on the screen a little bit longer, right? But the music loop is just too short to do that. It's such a weird decision. How well. Okay. But yeah, to address a couple of things first. Unfortunately, Twitch fucked up and did some weird things with the third stream that I did of Elden Ring. That's saved as a highlight now. So the episode 3 of Elden Ring is saved as a highlight. You know, that works, not a problem. The problem is that somehow Twitch thought I hadn't ended the stream, and I know that this is an issue, like a bug that Twitch has had for, I don't know, I mean, they never fix those kinds of things for whatever reason, right? But I've seen that happen a couple of times to a couple of other channels as well. What essentially happens is that they don't end this, or the one particular stream just doesn't end, right? It looks like the VOD just keeps on going forever, essentially, until you either delete it, which now I deleted the VOD, but obviously the highlight's still there, thankfully, of episode 3. That would have been bad if that got lost, because that was over 8 hours, and it was like the first boss and everything, the first big boss in front of like Margit, right, in front of Stormveil Castle, so I'm glad that's saved. Because I'm obviously, since I'm streaming from a PlayStation 5, I'm not doing a local recording. So yeah, I have to rely on Twitch working there. But what essentially happens is that Twitch thinks that you haven't ended the stream somehow, and it displays the VOD as still broadcasting, and essentially makes it infinitely long, right? It just continues on going. Even though the video itself, when you click on it, has the actual length, right? It was like 8 hours, 24 minutes, something. But, you know, when you just looked at the past broadcasts, it looked like I was still streaming, and it said something along the lines of, 40 hours or something, which is obviously ridiculous, because that's not how long I streamed. So, yeah. I could still save that particular VOD as a highlight though, right? Essentially I saved the first 8 hours, 24 minutes. That was the actual stream. And again, if you click on the video, or clicked on the video when it was there, it was like it worked, everything worked correctly, right? Now, the actual issue is though, that the next episode, like the next stream that I did, wasn't saved correctly. So for whatever reason, Twitch, thought that the other broadcast was still going on, and apparently just didn't save that stream as a VOD at all. Now, thankfully, that was the very short one that I did yesterday morning. It's just 2 hours, 40 minutes or something, so not much was lost. It was when we went to the coastal cave and fought those 2 ape chiefs or whatever, and ended up on the island with the dragon church thing. Now, obviously, it's a bit sad that that's lost, but I can live with it. But if you're looking for episode 4 of Elden Ring in the collection or just on my page, it's not there, right? Because Twitch didn't delete it. It never saved it in the first place, apparently, right? If I try to load the video or try to make a highlight of it, it just doesn't load, right? It displays an error message. Funnily enough, if you went into the PlayStation app of Twitch and tried to look at the at that particular stream, it says it's only available to subscribers, which obviously you can't subscribe to me since I'm not a Twitch partner. So yeah, interesting that Twitch doesn't even, I mean, you know, that's an entirely different thing. The PlayStation app of Twitch, that's one rough thing, right? And in a way, I'm thankful that it is, because that means that Twitch is updating it very, very slowly. It took them like a year and a half to update the PlayStation app to where it actually displays advertisements correctly. So for a year and a half, I wasn't getting, I mean, that's, you know, I don't know, 3 years in the past or something. I don't know, when they sort of, you know, for whatever reason decided to cram as much advertising onto the site as they can possibly do, right? When that happened, they didn't update that for the PlayStation app for like 1.5 years. So I was lucky because I'm mainly watching on my PlayStation app, Twitch that is. And so I didn't have those ads for 1.5 years. They just weren't displayed. And then when they finally updated the app, now it's still, like, I'm still getting, or not getting, a ton of advertisements that I would get on the desktop site, right? So if I, sometimes, very rarely, I watch VODs on my laptop, right? And when I do that on certain VODs, although I have no idea how Twitch even does that, on certain VODs, I get advertisements like every 15 minutes or whatever. It's completely ridiculous, completely takes you out of any sort of, you know, I mean, sometimes that literally happens like within a cutscene or whatever, right? Because obviously Twitch isn't screening for that. They just cram ads in at specific intervals without any care for whatever happens on the stream in that particular moment. Which is completely ridiculous and very unfortunate. And then they're even bugged to the point where they're sometimes much louder than the stream, and they never fix that either. But yeah, that's another thing entirely. But funnily enough, those ads never display on the PlayStation app. So if you want a good Twitch viewing experience, you can use the PlayStation app if you have the option to do that, because it will display way less advertisements than, you still get them obviously, right? But it will display way less than the desktop version of Twitch. But having said that, it's also, well, not buggy, it just doesn't work that well. You know, some of the, like, how it loads streams, and, because I never get why developers are doing dumb stuff like that, but with the Twitch app on the PlayStation 4, right, it wants to look fancy and futuristic and whatever the fuck, right? So while you're browsing streams or clips or whatever, right, while you're browsing that, it will essentially display a preview, it essentially starts whatever you're hovering over in the background, right? That in and of itself wouldn't be too bad, except that the app can't handle that, like, at all. If you're flipping through things too quickly, it will sometimes just either display the wrong thing in the background, or if you then click on it, if you actually want to watch it, right, it takes a second to then switch over to the correct thing. Sometimes it's not even possible. Like, if you're too quick with, like, browsing through pages, sometimes you click on something and you're taken to whatever was previewing in the background before, instead of getting to whatever you click on, right? And then it also constantly reloads. So if you're browsing, like, clips, for example, right, and if you're on, let's say, clip number 30 in popularity, and you watch that and go back, instead of taking you back to clip number 30 so that you can scroll to 31, it will just take you back to number 1. And the scrolling is bad as well, to the point where you then have to scroll through, you know, all those clips again. And I'm saying 30 here, but sometimes I just like to sometimes browse, you know, if I missed a stream of certain streamers, obviously I can't watch, like, millions of hours of content, right? I only have 24 hours in my day, so I sometimes just browse the clip section of streamers. I mean, I guess probably a couple of other people do that as well. I just browse the clip section of that particular streamer. And, you know, if I really like a particular moment that has been clipped, I then, you know, go into the VOD at that particular moment and watch from there or something, right? If I know I'd only have like half an hour to watch or an hour to watch instead of the entire VOD, I sometimes do that. But yeah, so in order to find cool moments, I just browse through their clips essentially. But if they, especially with like bigger streamers, if they have, I don't know, 100 clips from the last 3 days or something, right? And you're on clip 78, sometimes it just reloads the page and I have to browse through all clips again to get back to where I was, right? I don't know, it's ridiculous. The PlayStation app of Twitch is, especially since it's so obvious what goes wrong, right? It hasn't got, like, it doesn't essentially create some sort of variable in the background that saves where you were and just reloads the page after like 3 minutes or something, right? So if you watch like, let's say 5 or 6 clips or whatever, it reaches its refresh point and then refreshes the page but takes you back to the first clip, right? Same thing with VODs, or, well, it's especially aggravating when you browse through the highlights, right? If I don't know, let's say Epic Name Bros playthrough of Persona 4, right? That has happened, I don't know, 5 years ago at this point. But I do sometimes, you know, kind of want to reminisce, go back, maybe watch a VOD of that. If you want to do that on the PlayStation app, well, you can search for it, thankfully. But only if you have the exact name of it, right? So if you're typing in anything that's not part of the name of the actual VOD, or the channel's name, it will not display that in search results either, because it doesn't have a search with related topics. It only looks exactly for the words that you type in, which is also, wow. But yeah, I expect, you know, most people know that Twitch's search functions are utter crap, whatever. But yeah, if you want to watch a VOD that's from that long ago, you have to scroll through all of the other VODs, right, of the past 5 years to get to that particular point. And if you then want to watch part 2, you have to do that again, because it doesn't put you back to where you were. And especially with the stuff loading in the background, it's just very, very clear that, like, whoever programmed it clearly didn't put enough time into it. And that's probably a budgetary issue, right? I'm not blaming the one who actually programmed it. I'm blaming the people deciding on how much budget and time to spend on that. And I know from, like, sometimes you get these figures of, oh, you know, how many people watch from certain platforms. And I'm always completely surprised when I see how many people watch on mobile, for example, because I don't do that. I mean, nowadays, mobile probably also counts tablets. That's a different thing, right? But I would never watch on my phone. I don't watch YouTube on my phone. I don't watch Twitch on my phone. I don't know how people can watch things on their phone. I don't get it. Whatever. Well, that was a big rant about Twitch. Bottom line is, episode 4 of Elden Ring, of my playthrough, doesn't exist. Sorry. 5 does, though. So, if you want to watch that, you can go back and do that. So, at the end of the last stream, let's actually return to Elden Ring. I got and bought a second one of these, what are they called? Stone something? Where are they? Shouldn't they be a key item? Oh, there they are. I'm blind. Yeah, the stone sword key. A sword-shaped stone key breaks the seal on imp statues, but remains embedded in the statue after use, meaning it can only be used once as an item. Yeah, I have 2 of these now. So the first thing that we'll do to sort of set us off and, you know, slowly start the stream back up, The first thing I'll do is take another look at the stranded graveyard and take a look at what's behind the fog gate. And once I've done that, I will return to Stormveil Castle and hopefully check out what's in there and progress with the story. Hopefully. I mean, there hasn't really been much story since the beginning of the game, sadly. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what that entails. And interestingly enough, yesterday I also found this side of Grace, which has another like golden path attached to it that actually points in a completely different direction, which I find really, really interesting, because I truly thought that this sort of path that they're displaying here was either just for the first boss or first shard of the Elden Ring or whatever, or their actual sort of recommended path through quote unquote the main story, right? But apparently it isn't, right? It's just sort of your hint towards, I guess, the nearest shard of the Elden Ring, and clearly there is something down here as well, which this is leading you towards. Having said that, I'm still not the biggest fan of these. I'm still not. I would vastly prefer if, for example, the NPC with the mask that's down here would just tell you, oh yeah, go north. Because we have a compass, right? We can tell where north is. So I would have vastly preferred him to just say, oh yeah, go north to the gate entrance and find your destiny, or whatever, right? I would have vastly preferred that. Especially since it's so simple, right? You just literally follow the only path that you can see. There is a gate that clearly has another path that leads you right here. Especially once you have the map, that's just ridiculously easy to do. So, yeah, I'm really not a fan of these Grace traces or whatever. And sadly, yeah, as I said before, they also don't really explain anything related to Grace, or what it means, or what, I don't know, why it shows us specifically, or the only thing that we know so far, I think, that has been mentioned, or I think somebody in the roundtable mentioned it. They were what was their saying? They were, I guess, happy to know that there were still Tarnished who can see this sign of Grace, right? The golden arc or whatever. Oh well, let's return to the Stranded Graveyard and check out what's behind those fog gates. I imagine that it's not going to be that big, but there might be a potential optional boss there. Oh, also one other. Alright, I praised Elden Ring sound design a lot so far during the playthrough. The fact that you can hear these cries through a thick stone ceiling that's probably a couple of meters thick is not good. Takes away from the atmosphere of this place, sadly. But, okay. I mean... It's also just so... I don't know, yeah. I mean, the first time you hear that, it's very concerning, right? And you're sort of confused that it happens. But now that it happens over and over and over again, I feel like they went a bit overboard with that, to be completely honest. I mean, just listen to that, right? You just want to explore this really, really cool cave that has a really cool atmosphere to it, right? Deep beneath the ground, and then you just hear these ridiculous screams all the time. It's a bit unfortunate, but okay. This almost looks like a boss room already. Also, there's poison. Why is there poison? Fucking hell. What was that sound? Sounded like something big. Can you please stop screaming, for fuck's sake? Well, you know what? Oh, that sound might also be some kind of trap, now that I think about it. I probably want these, right? Alleviates poison buildup and cures poison. Yeah, might be a good idea. Also, these use thin beast bones. I probably don't want to, since I have so many arrows and bolts now and can actually use them as well. I probably don't want to use the bone darts, the throwing knives essentially, anymore. I don't think that I need that necessarily. I know that it can be a great tool. These fucking screens. Maybe I should really advance the time of day just to have, well, daylight, which would mean that they stop screaming for whatever reason. That might actually be a good idea. Whatever. But yeah, I think that I mean, these use FP, right? Use at enemies to inflict holy damage. I don't really want to do that right now. Let's craft a couple of these things so that I can cure poison buildup potentially. One thing that I feel like is a bit unfortunate is that I could have also bought in the round table hold. I bought the flame sling, right? Since I now have a third attunement slot. I feel like now that I'm looking at this place, the cure poison miracle would have probably been the better choice, but oh well. Also, in terms of equipment, let's take a quick look at this. Let's just unequip that for a second. The soldiers, yeah, let's keep those equipped. And then I probably want to equip this now. Although looking at this place, it will probably constantly build up poison, so... Also, I still have this, the Baldekin's Blessing, and you can get like multiples of these, right? I mean, it's only 10 FP, but I honestly, I don't really know if this is that useful for me currently. Even if you can get unlimited uses of it, essentially. Let's equip this moss, and... well, maybe also these things. No rolling ahead. Okay. Ooh. Might that be a hint at this poison functioning the same as in Dark Souls 2? That would actually be pretty cool. Okay, no. God, I like the... so that's definitely... oh yeah, I do think the poison actually does work like in Dark Souls 2. Very neat. But it doesn't... it's not as potent, which is good. Oh! Is that... no, that's a trap, right? I think. Okay. Yeah. That is some sort of weird trap, which is... holy shit, what the fuck is that? Okay, I like the poison. It's definitely... well, first of all, I like that it functions like in Dark Souls 2, which means that they at least took over some of the innovations that they made in that game to their future games. Because I was confused why this poison built up where it actually sort of recognizes how deep you're standing in the poison and whether or not you roll through the poison and stuff like that. Why they didn't have that in Bloodborne or Sekiro? I was slightly confused by that when I saw it in Dark Souls 2, but this, maybe it was in Dark Souls 3 as well. I haven't played 3, so I don't know that at this point, but yeah. If that's indeed the case, then that's pretty cool. I wonder why this poison tool exists, though. I mean, maybe there's a couple more in here. Sort of weird, right? I'm wondering, like, how did this get here? And also these banners are clearly different from the ones at Stormveil Castle. I think this is the first time we actually saw them. Where are we? What was it called? Stranded Graveyard. Stranded Graveyard. I really wonder what these banners were, or so it's, I don't know if it's supposed to represent like a sword or something, but it's clearly a winged thing. It's gold on red, so the colors are similar. Might represent a sword, hilt, let's say hilt, quote unquote, has winged sitting being on it. I wonder what that being is, right? I wonder what the... Because Stormveil is very much related to lions. That's their crest, right? Apparently. Although I still haven't quite figured out why the soldiers are also... Like, they're wearing the golden lion on red, but they're also wearing the golden tree on green. Though I don't really know... I don't necessarily have that historic knowledge about what that could mean. Maybe there is some medieval real-world history there that I don't know about, where these crests on the soldiers have some sort of special meaning if they have like two of them together. Could also be that they're just allied with that other faction, wherever it might be, right? Also very interesting that once again, the hands of those nuns, or, well, the hands of the statues at least, have been cut off once again. We haven't really found the significance of that yet. I was speculating from time to time that it has something to do with the fingers that you can find, right? And that maybe the people who discovered these ruins, or not necessarily even discovered, I mean, considering the state of these things, they don't look too bad, right? So you would think that they might have been abandoned, but it's not too long since they were built, essentially, which makes me think that maybe even the people who built them, or at least, not necessarily people who discovered them, but somebody who just lived in this world said, oh yeah, as some sort of symbolic thing, their faith or whatever maybe prompted them to say, we should probably, remove their hands so that our dead can I don't know, walk into a brighter future, essentially, right? We should remove their hands to make our dead have, or the tarnished have a chance at another future, potentially, right? And I do think that they have been cut off. At least a couple of the other statues where we were, up close, it definitely looked like they were cut off and not originally designed like this, right? They had hands at some point. Okay. I wonder why it stops over there, because the stairs make it look like it would maybe continue. I wonder how it works exactly. I mean, it's quite a long time until it returns. Oh, you saw that? It clips through the wall. Oh, that's a weird decision. Why did they do it like that? See? It just clips through the wall. Poison bone dart. Okay. Oh shit. Ugh. It does look pretty scary, doesn't it? Okay, can I see... Oh yeah, there's Fringe Folk Hero's Grave. There are definitely paths to the left and right that you can go into. Weirdly enough, also reminds me a lot of one of the bosses that it did in Dark Souls 2. The chariot boss. Can you fall down there, or is that a different path on this side? Ooh. This place seems to be pretty huge. Much larger than I was thinking it was. Also, where's the light coming from? Oh, there's literally... Huh. Can you actually see this opening from the outside? You should... Theoretically, you should be able to see this opening, right? On the overworld? I have a feeling you can't, though. Maybe I shouldn't assume that, but I think that's not necessarily detail that they actually included. Alright, we have to go over there next. Let's wait for it to go by. What are you? What was that? Mimicry? He almost looked like a ghost of whoever's buried here, right? Well, I did expect there to be, like, enemies here, to be honest. I was actually surprised that the first safe spot didn't have any. But, yeah. I wonder if, since he shoots darts, if you run over here first, if you can, like, get thrown down. Also, that's also slope. I have a feeling the switch chariot thing will continue all the way down. What was it called? Fringe Folk Hero's Grave. Okay, let me actually write that down. So the Stranded Graveyard goes into the Fringe Folk Hero's Grave. I wonder who the Fringe Folk is exactly. I mean, we're in the lands between, which we still don't really know what that actually means. If it's, you know, in a way, from what we currently know of our surroundings in the world map, it looks like the lands between literally just might be a big island somewhere in the ocean between other continents, right? That might be a thing. Or it might also be some sort of different dimension. Or, like the third option, it could be essentially somewhere in the middle, where it's, you know, I'm thinking sort of about if you played Witcher 3, right? At some point during the story, you get to an island that's essentially hidden, and you can't get to it unless you already know where it is, which is, weirdly enough, also the same thing that, for example, Pirates of the Caribbean, the first movie, has, right? Where the the treasure island where the cursed treasure is, you can only go there if you've already found it, essentially. Obviously, that's not entirely true, because you can theoretically also get there accidentally, but, you know, as legend has it, that's how you get there. And maybe you can think of this land like that, right? We're on like a big island somewhere in the ocean nobody really knows about, and it's really like mysterious, and there's a, I don't know, big fog around it usually, so nobody can really find it, right? People just end up here on accident maybe, and there is like other magic and this earth tree here and whatever. But again, we don't know that yet. Interestingly enough, though, the fringe folk can now have different meanings. Either it's just literally on the fringe between sort of the land of Stormveil Castle and whatever else exists on this island or this game world. God, this fucking chariot. Or one other explanation might be fringe folk actually meaning on the fringes between the lands between and whatever else exists in this larger world. We don't know yet. The only thing that we do know is that there was a hero of the fringe folk, and they're buried here, apparently. So I guess that's something. All right, let's wait for it to go up so that we have a bit of a longer. Yeah, I don't know why they decided to make it clip through those. Oh, I knew it. So in this case, there's actually another one. Well, he's not dead yet. So he's gonna try and keep shooting us. Yeah, I wonder what this is. I wonder why... The one thing that I'm slightly concerned by is that it looks like once we essentially walk further... Ah, he did try to come back to us. Once we walk further, I have a feeling that the chariot's gonna follow us for some reason. I don't know how that works exactly. Is there like a ladder here? Oh no, that's a banner. Never mind. But yeah, considering that this path is actually wide enough for the chariot, I feel like it's a bit of an oversight that they made it clip through the wall. Because that's unnecessary. They could have just made the path a bit bigger. Weird decision in terms of level design. Alright, let's see. Is there some sort of... Ah, yes it does. It does indeed. Also, there is somebody up top there. Huh. How do you get there? So now, for whatever reason, it decided to come here and further annoy us. Oh! Wait, how does this work exactly? Am I just supposed to run... Oh, that's weird. There isn't any place for us to hide. I guess we just have to go further? Theoretically, the chariot can't go any further since it would fall down here. Never mind, it can. Oh, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. I feel like the strap sort of overstays its welcome. It's kind of fun to have it like in the first area, and then it's just annoying. Ah well, at least now I know how it works. Also, let's see if we can get through the poison without actually getting poisoned. At least you don't lose that much. I mean, those couple of runes that I had aren't really a big deal. What is interesting is that the poison immediately starts slowing down once you leave it, which is a bit different to Dark Souls 2, where it still builds up until your character's sort of appearance is not green anymore. So that's another interesting choice. But yeah, I mean, look at this place, right? I find that weird in terms of design choices. Maybe it's just some sort of miscommunication. But we have these like big stelas. I don't know, what do you call these things? These protrusions from the wall, right? And there are 3 of them. And then, if you look over there, the 4th one is essentially further down into the wall, right? To create a wider path for the chariot to actually pass through. But for whatever reason, the chariot is actually clipping into the 3rd one, right? We wait for it to come back. Bam! It's literally inside the 3rd one. So why isn't the 3rd one made to look exactly like the 4th one? This is weird, right? And it's in the very first area of the game. Wouldn't you change this? I mean, this is literally something that you could probably change in like 30 seconds or something in your level editor, right? Such a weird decision. I don't... These are always things that confuse me, right? These are things that... where I'm just not sure why it wasn't changed or something, right? I find the sound interesting of these guys. Like they have this whew appearing sound. I wonder what that's about. Should I wait for it to go up? I think I should. Because I think that's the longer path at this point. Right? The sound of them appearing? I wonder what that's about. Also, yeah, at first I thought that it was essentially them... he fell down again. Oh, whatever. He'll be killed by the chariot. At first I thought it was the sound of them essentially appearing from these graves. I mean, it could still be the case, right? I'm wondering whether or not they are whoever's buried here and their sort of spirit or ghost now appears. So, wait, were there actually further enemies down there? I don't think there were, right? I'm kind of wondering if maybe if I just run through, if that would be the better decision. Yeah, there he goes. Okay. Oh, that's it. Yeah, I wonder who's on top there. You can see somebody standing there. Oh, right. Doesn't actually continue at this point. Now it does. And now it goes all the way down. Alright, let's see. I mean, we have to... Oh, wait a sec. How is this supposed to work exactly? Wait, what am I missing here? Huh? I mean, it literally turns around right here. Are we supposed to sort of... Are we supposed to trick it into going somewhere else? Oh. Oh, you can jump down. I saw something there. Okay, okay. I mean, that has to be the solution, right? There are definitely messages down there. So should I go with the assassin's approach and just jump down? Let me look at it one more time when it goes back down again. Because you can definitely not cross this section without getting murdered. Yeah, there's definitely a place to jump down to. Just need to be careful not to jump too far. Ooh. Almost jumped too far. Oh, hi. Huh. Hello there. He isn't quite sure whether or not he should attack me. Still really interesting to me how they sometimes decide to make enemies either more passive or more aggressive in a couple of scenarios. Technically, we could also jump down there. I wonder if that's actually the better choice. At least one thing that I do very much like, though, is sort of the visual language that they employ here, right? Which is so weird to me because it plays such a big part in here, right? It's so weird to me that they essentially break their own visual language at the very start of it, right? And see, so essentially, you know, I'm not actually sure, and this is the problem here, right? So usually I would say, oh yeah, this is actually brilliant level design, because visually, knowing that this area where I'm in right now is too narrow for that big carriage to be here, that's a very cool and very, very sort of passive, like that's visual language that can easily sort of be in your subconscious. And it doesn't have to be pointed out to you, and you just immediately know, oh yeah, while I'm here, I'm safe from the chariot, because this place is too narrow for it to be here, right? Even without sort of focusing on that, your subconscious will pick up on that. Now, the problem is, obviously, because the chariot clips through the walls at the very beginning of this level, now I'm not so sure, right? I don't feel completely safe from the chariot because it could literally just clip through the wall and murder me. Yeah. You know, you create those kinds of problems when you don't really, you know, make sure that the visual language of the level design is consistent, which is, again, unfortunate. Because it's, yeah, something you can literally fix in like 30 seconds, right? And then we're also talking about the literal beginning of the game, so, you know, probably the area that should theoretically get the most polish. That is indeed unfortunate. Okay, that thing we already saw a couple of those, so that's gonna spew fire at me. Yeah. In a very bullshit way. Interesting. Okay. See? Again, I think in this case they should have used the visual language of the of this arc here, right? They should have used the visual language of that to... Oh fuck, it's still gonna murder me, right? They should have used the visual language of that to make sure that you can't be hit beyond this point, but you can, so it's... yeah. There should be an easier way to tell... Alright, this dungeon, holy shit! Yeah, this is... Okay. There should be an easier way to tell where it can actually be hit and not. It's a bit of an unfortunate thing. Let's heal. I don't want to spend all my flasks, but at least we know how to deactivate it. Although I have a feeling that something's going to come in and just activate it again to murder us when we explore a different path. I wonder what these big stone... I mean, they look like gravestones, but I'm not so sure that they are supposed to be that. Also, once again, I mean, what is the actual function of this place? I mean, yeah, it's a grave, right? But clearly somebody came in and did something. I don't know. Were these prepped to be used and then just left here because something happened and this place was abandoned essentially overnight? Or did they come back and wanted to use these things for something else? I didn't miss anything here, right? That was... I mean, I halfway expected there to be an enemy here, but wow. That is surely something. I'm slightly disappointed by this wall because it makes it look like a randomly generated chalice dungeon. These types of dungeons and the visual language were so cool the first time you see them, and now I'm honestly worried that they have a lot of repeated level elements in this game. You know, that's just a worry. It's not like right now I don't know whether or not that might be true or not, right? Oh, it's not dead. Ooh, he has... What is that weapon? Of course he has. Oh, well that wasn't on purpose. Of course he has a frickin', like, fast attack if he's close. That's an interesting weapon that he had. Yeah, what I wanted to say was, these things look like they're also made out of stone, right? I wonder why I don't bounce off of them. Is that a conscious decision? Because I bounced off of the ones in the mines, right? Is that like a conscious decision that is like on an enemy basis, essentially? And chosen by the developers because maybe these things have stone I can actually cut through, whereas the other ones have like reinforced skin or something? Or is that dependent on my stats and I don't inflict enough, I don't know, poison damage or something? Poise damage, not poison. Or there is maybe a certain damage threshold. Maybe these can be hit by normal swords, but for the other ones you might need great swords or something to slice them. I mean, we'll probably find out more about that in the future, but it is definitely interesting to me that there is this distinction between enemies that seemingly have similar sort of structure to them. Oh, fuck! I thought something else was jumping at me. But no, there isn't another one. I mean, there's clearly a reason why these graves have been opened up, right? We just don't really know it yet. It has something to do with that beginning cutscene that we saw, where they somehow reinvigorated Tarnished with life. But it wasn't mentioned again, so... Oh, lightning grease, nice. So we don't really know what that might be about at this point. So we can actually start using these in the future, I feel like. There's enough of them now. Solidified grease made from a mixture of fulminating materials, adding lightning damage to attacks. Now that I think about it, using one of those greases probably would have been a very good choice for for that big giant that we fought yesterday. That being said, though, I mean, the magical stones that I used in the end were also incredibly effective, so no need for the grease, I guess. Yeah, it's really... I'm surprised at how big this area is. Once again, oh, there's... What the fuck is that? It's not a boss. The lightning shaft, right? Visually, obviously, very cool. Makes the lighting of this place look really, really awesome, you know. And otherwise, this place would be dark as hell, right? Oh, holy fuck, how deep is this? But the fact that this is an open world game means that there should be actual openings somewhere in the overworld creating these shafts of light, right? And again, I don't think they actually exist. So that's a bit unfortunate. This wall looks very different. Huh. This looks like it has been filled at some point, right? As if they buried somebody behind it and then... Or maybe not. No, never mind. I think this is just... Usually there are like graves displayed here, right? Coffins, rather. And this looks like some sort of chapel, which is also very cool. And there's like a big... There's a body propped up there. Once again, as if this place was abandoned almost during a ceremony or something, right? Or certainly, like, maybe shortly before it was actually prepped or something. Okay, let's see what that thing is about. Oh well, let's target it manually. What is it? Almost looks like the first boss that we fought. Certainly some sort of giant skeleton, right? Oh god. It actually does look like the first boss that we fought. So, buddy, don't wanna... Gosh, seriously? Looks like a skeletal version of that first boss, doesn't he? Okay. Ugh, it's got like a woman's face on it. The fuck was that? Why does it have... It has more than enough health to actually be a boss. Fuck! That's not what I want. What the fuck was that? Shit. I wanted to try something, but I couldn't decide on how to do it. Shit, I dropped down to this place, right? I did not expect this thing to follow me this far. Fuck, 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 fuck. Well, I feel like I'm fairly unprepared to deal with this. Wow. The biggest problem is that I'm just not damaging it enough, right? And I feel like, especially getting to it, Wow. once again, wow, they really put. They're not afraid to put really, really tough enemies in places, even where you don't expect them. I wonder why that's not a boss fight. That is such a weird decision. Maybe I shouldn't have attacked it at all. Maybe, I mean, I certainly could just run down there and grab the item that's lying in front of the altar, and then just, I don't know, warp out or something, or get killed. I mean, I would keep the item anyway, right? It's very annoying to get to, though, so I don't think I will, actually. One thing that's slightly strange to me is that these normal enemies in the beginning make you think that you're prepared enough for this place. There was definitely another path to drop down to as well, so I'd imagine that the other path, so if at the place where I dropped down first, right, next to the chariot, you could drop down further, and I wonder if that's sort of in the below area, like below that giant bridge leading over towards the altar. But that's strange, right? I would have thought that, or I think it would actually be a bit fairer if the first enemies in this area were tougher, because that would tell you, oh, you know, this is potentially a much more challenging place than others. Oh well. It's just, well, to be completely honest, I don't actually, since it was so fast, like that very first boss encounter that we did next to the Chapel of Anticipation, right? I think that was actually, what's he called? Godric, right? The demigod, like the actual one. I thought it was that. And we did hear about him sort of wanting to add human limbs to his collection. But this thing seems to be somebody different, but it's the exact same model, essentially. It's the exact same model. It's, I think, also the same attacks and stuff, so... But it was definitely, like, the actual body in front was that of a woman. But again, I don't remember Godric's body. If that was Godric, I mean, maybe they also created these things as entertainment or something? I don't really want to think about what else they could have done to those things, but yeah, it might not necessarily be that woman, right? They could have just stuck the upper body of a woman onto whatever that thing is. It did look like skeletal in nature, but once again, that, you know, it's hard to tell, really. And, But if multiples of these exist, it's strange. What a weird place. I didn't expect to find something like that at all in here. Yeah, the damage that I'm dealing to it is just too low. I could try, you know, maybe it would be affected by magic damage a lot more. I mean, we did find that lightning grease, right? So that does make me think that potentially it would be affected by that a whole lot more. The problem is, it's so hard to get to. Which is also rather interesting. All the other bosses that we fought so far in these optional dungeon areas have always had a fairly easy path. But they were actual bosses, right? So, this is just quote-unquote a normal enemy, just with a huge health pool. But yeah, you know, those two lightning greases won't do much, I feel like. Even if that's fairly effective against that thing, I don't think that's enough for me at this point to be able to defeat her. I could try, obviously, but let's return to this place. Let's return to this place once we've maybe gotten stronger. The problem is, I really I'm still slightly confused as to how we're actually supposed to get stronger, because at least so far the only option does seem to be to increase strength or something. But yeah, that's not that easy to do either. So I was sort of hoping that we would get more options, more offensive options. I mean, yeah, I do have the bolts, I have the arrows, but those in this case didn't really help that much. I did try, I mean, one thing that you potentially could try is to lure it into that fire trap, right? I could reactivate it and pull that thing towards the fire. The only problem is that I feel like that might potentially hit us as well. Because the only way to essentially make the fire consistent and consistently appear as well would be to hide in the side area, you know, where you are actually supposed to hide from the fire, where the goblin thing was. And she can still hit you there. So, I don't know. I mean, maybe she's stunned by the fire, but the fire does take a couple of seconds to come back, right? So even if that is a possibility, I don't feel like that's something that I necessarily want to try out right now. One thing that I do like are these symbols, right? These ones. Fingerfolk Hero's Grave. Because that's like the tunnel that you enter plus the statue that is on top here. So there's definitely a relation to this. Like the Fingerfolk Hero's Grave is below this giant statue that's holding the apparently deceased person. Potentially woman. Now I'm wondering if that's maybe the woman that has been buried there and she's brought back to life and gone mad and somehow attached other limbs to herself. Maybe? Yeah, but it's very unfortunate, I feel like, that you can... Can you... There is no way to filter out specific symbols on the map, right? I think. Close marker sites of grace. Center on current location. Yeah, unfortunately there isn't. You can... Seethe it is what this area is called, okay? Yeah, you can cycle through the sites of grace, but apparently you can't... Because I think it's actually a shame that these cool symbols, right? I mean, there are a couple of quote-unquote generic ones, right? Obviously, like normal dungeons just show up like caves. And then here you can see the Church of Dragon Communion has the same symbol as the Church of Ella, so it doesn't matter that this one's behind the grace thing. But yeah, the fact that they put symbols over each other without a means to filter them is a bit of a problem, I feel like. Also, why is this weird telescope thing actually part of the map instead of a symbol? Oh well, but I also do wonder why the map looks so good from this distance, right? And then you zoom in and it has like a very low resolution. Why? I mean, such a weird decision, right? I mean, are they telling me they literally weren't able to load in a higher resolution map on a PlayStation 5? Are you literally telling me that? I know I'm complaining again. It's just such a shame because it's such a cool map, right? I would like to look at it in a higher resolution version. Especially since people are making fun of 14, right? Let me just remind you, 14 with a code base, or at least partly code based in a game that was developed for release in 2010, ultimately released in 2013. That's 9 years ago. And people are joking about the resolution of the map that was shown in Endwalker in 14, and then you have this. With a game that is actually released in 2022. Right? With Horizon coming out shortly before it that has an actual like 3D map that is 4K resolution, I think, and already looked insanely good on the PlayStation 4 in its first iteration in 2017. And then you have this. I don't want to put it down too much. It's just, once again, like with the clipping things that we just saw with that weird chariot, such a weird decision. Right? Such a weird decision. I think they could have literally just put in a higher resolution version of this map without having to optimize anything. It will probably just work. Oh, I'm not too sure about that, but yeah, it should work. Is the I think what I'm trying to get at here. But enough of chariots and weird optional dungeon bosses that have huge health pools. Let's return to where we actually should be, I guess, which is Stormveil Castle. Alright, so that's where the boss was. I think this left entrance here is probably sort of quote-unquote where you're supposed to go, the actual main entrance of the castle. And then we saw a couple of side paths, so you can jump down here into what looks like some sort of garden section, maybe? Although is that a bird back there? I'm really not sure where I should go, to be quite honest. So one place where it did go was over here, and we got that item, so maybe I should just continue here and jump down this way. Are we healed? I think we are, right? Yes. Still no idea what that weird debuff is. I wonder what that means. I honestly do. Oh, I really like the sound of the wood. What is that? Oh, it's the shadow of a banner. Okay. Once again, the sound design, right? The banner sort of waving in the wind. Sounds incredible. Fire grease. Huh. And you're just here now. Where I could have also jumped down. I mean, I need to get back up anyway at some point, so I guess it's fine. Should I read the description of that? It's probably not that different from the other ones. Fire grease. Solidified grease made from a mixture of incendiary materials. That's the word. I do quite wonder, though. Oh, is there an enemy here? I do wonder if... I just have a hunch that Elden Ring does play with specific weaknesses and stuff on bosses a lot more than FromSoft games in the past. So I am wondering, if you try a couple of different... Which is why I really, really want to find a sorcerer, right? I want to try and try and actually do stuff with different magics and things, different types of magic as well. Yeah, I'm really wondering, I mean, look at this, right? This almost looks like something melted the castle walls. Could have maybe also been fireballs from the dragon. I mean, we did find archival earlier, so maybe the dragon attacked the castle at some point? Okay. I think there was an item up there, so I need to go back to the Site of Grace at some point to try and get that. The sound of the banners makes it almost sound like enemies are trying to jump down to you. Look at all these, like, that looks insane, right? All those holes. I think I said this before, but it does look like some sort of giant, almost machine gun-like cannon blew those holes into the wall. Because a dragon, like, you think of it, if it would have been like one single dragon attacking the castle, I think they wouldn't necessarily have hit the almost same spot this many times. Doesn't seem like something a dragon would do, but then again, what do I know about what a dragon would do, right? Okay, there's a plant here. We can't actually get over there. Although maybe we can if we go through that hole. Trina's lily. Okay, we found this in the past as well. And yeah, this is just... I mean, whatever it was, it clearly melted the whole, like the wall and stuff. Yeah, but I mean, if you look at the towers then, they do look much more like giant claws have tried to hit them. Although, yeah, it might also be that whatever kind of cannon shot hit the wall just sort of zoomed by the towers, right? And that's why they have these stripes on them. I hope we actually find out whatever happened to the castle. I hope they don't just brush over that. Because it's such a cool detail, right? Clearly a lot of work went into making this castle look like this. So it would be a pretty big shame to not properly explain what was going on here. Wait, and what exactly am I meant to do here, though? Huh. That's underwhelming. Kind of thought there would have been more to it. I mean, yeah, there are other items there as well. It's just... strange. So we can't get over there yet, I think. Oh. Oh wait, there isn't even... Shit. I thought there was another item here. So wait, there's literally just two paths to get to that item? Well, that's boring. What the hell? Now I have to run all the way around again. Strange, right? I mean, I guess you're not able to actually pick this up if you just jump down here. So it's just for that one lily? I mean, maybe they want you to look at the things in the wall and the fact that there are items over there as well, to maybe get you acquainted a bit more with the surroundings, but this is... tree. Nice. Once again, for an open world game that puts so much on exploration, they don't reward you that much for exploration in general. They do reward you for finding, specific caves and dungeons that have, strong enemies in them. But for these, normal areas, they don't actually reward you that much. Didn't expect detour. Okay. Let's see.
You there?
Whoa.
Come over here, would you?
Hello. I have a feeling I know what those messages are going to be, unfortunately. That looks so awesome. Yeah.
Come over here, would you?
Let me look at the room first. God, the golden lions, that looks so good. I need to look at the shield, though.
You're tarnished, aren't you?
Aren't you as well? Or...
I would advise against taking the main gate into the castle. It's tightly guarded by hardened old hands. Oh, try the opening right here. The guards don't know about it.
Seriously?
Breach the castle undetected.
The guards don't know about one of the giant holes that has been opened up through whatever attacked this thing? I mean, I guess they think that it didn't actually hit anything that could potentially create a path, but okay, very well.
Yes,
I will go along with
the
that.
spirit. You're just the kind of tarnished that I like. I pray for your success.
Could you maybe elaborate a bit further about yourself? He looks exactly like the ghosts that we found, right? The one in the beginning cave, and also the other one that was... Where was it exactly? Well, in one of the other caves. He looks exactly like them. Especially with that thing that he has around his neck. And also that... I mean, it looks like something that your hands could be tied in, right? To make you a prisoner, essentially. The giant ring that he has around his neck is actually something different, though, right? I mean, they're both hanging around his neck. They're not connected. So I wonder why he has a ring as well. What does that symbolize? And then the contraption for his hands potentially looks like it's made out of tree roots, doesn't it? Which makes me think that it could potentially be a somewhat religious device. So not something that's actually used on prisoners, but something that you purposefully use on yourself to, punish yourself or something. Like that's something that I think, like in medieval times, the Catholic Church had that as well, right? Where they had specific, I guess, punishments if you sinned, quote unquote, right? And people would have to hurt themselves essentially in order to get rid of the sins that they committed, something like that, right? I mean, there's definitely history in actual religions where people did that. So this might be something similar, where they purposefully imprison themselves or put their arms in that device. That's all. That would explain why it's sort of made out of tree roots, right? Maybe that's some way. Maybe they think that they can get the grace of the earth tree if they imprison themselves for him, and through the roots wrapped around the fingers, wrapped around their hands, they can connect with the grace of the tree or something. And then the rope that he's wearing, that has like leaves on it, I think. Yeah. Although they do look more like flowers and ferns rather than tree leaves. It's a very cool texture, right? I like the... It actually does look like something made out of cloth, right? Very cool. But then why are there like ghost versions of these guys? Do we want to call them ghost scholars? Half contraption for hands. At least I think that it's meant for hands. I don't know what else you would stick into that thing. Especially since it's wrapped around the neck, right? Having to put your hands into that would definitely... I mean, you wouldn't really be able to move all that much anymore. Although, technically, I mean, it's definitely a huge inconvenience, but it isn't necessarily creating pain, nor is it... Like, you still would be able to pick things up, for example, would just be annoying. Or maybe it has some other purpose entirely. Wait, let me finish my sentence. Half contraption for hands made out of tree roots. assume they're tree roots. But yeah, I mean, they have a very long neck, right? Which is also something we've seen those scholars that have that stone crown with the jewels embroidered. They also have very long necks. I wonder what that's supposed to mean. And yeah, I was just thinking, if you put your hands into that contraption, right? One thing that it does do, especially because I was thinking about, right, what if you wanted to pick up, let's say, just a goblet or something, like to drink, with your hands while your hands were in that. What that does essentially is you bend down every time you want to pick something up, right? You have to bend your entire body, and you have to like essentially bow almost, right? So I wonder if either that might be something to adjust their necks to like force them to over years have this sort of, I mean, the way that he's standing makes it look like their neck is sort of bent down, right? Maybe that's something that as some figure of shame or again something connected with their beliefs. Maybe they try to force themselves into that. Or it's meant as you being forced to constantly bow if you pick something up or something. Maybe also as a sign of respect or something to that extent, right? Could be. Can you please tell me more about yourself?
Use that opening to breach the castle. The guards haven't a clue about it.
Cool.
You'll slip right inside undetected.
That's all you have to say.
Yes, you're just I pray.
God, how I wish the system had actual dialogue systems in it. This game. Oh, that's unfortunate. I really would have liked to know more about him. What's the message here? Visions of Lyre. Okay, well, I mean, I can't enter the front gate since I can't open it, right? I don't think there is actually a device to open it here. Oh well. Oh, the message has disappeared. Okay, let me take a look at the shield, though. The shield is interesting because it has... Can we... Let me see. It looks so different, right, from the Golden Lion crest? So the black parts, maybe those represent roots from the Earth Tree? And the silver parts... Up on the right, that doesn't look like a lion, does it? That makes me so confused. I don't even know what it's supposed to look like. Almost like a badger dragon? Maybe? It has a very long tail, though, which makes it even weirder, right? It's clearly... I mean, maybe the tail is literally just ornamental. Might be a thing. Maybe a tail or a long tail is just a symbol of something. Long life, for example. Could be that. It's just weird to me that it's so hard to identify what kind of animal it's actually supposed to be. Strange decision, isn't it? And now we get a summoning pool. So it looked like, yeah, there is an item there. And this is the other item that we saw earlier. Okay. Oh god. Shit. Why are they doing this? If you don't have an animation in your game to like walk along walls, don't place these small ledges in front of walls. I know, you know, they maybe want to make their platforming exciting, right? They maybe want you to say, oh, ooh, this looks like dangerous. Oh shit, am I able to do this, right? But, you know, the fact that you're literally sort of floating in the air, one foot in the air, the other one stuck in the stone, it's not even like, the surface of it isn't even modeled correctly. Why? Why is this like part of this? This is completely unnecessary, right? They could have just put one other stone here and would have completely eliminated all of these like issues, clipping issues, missing animations, whatever have you. But for some reason they said, oh yeah, that's cool. Let's put quote unquote dangerous platforming into our game, even though we don't even have animations for it. Strange. Also, why does this guy have a ruin fragment? These aren't ruins, right? This is the castle? I thought ruin fragments were sort of limited to the ruins that potentially fell from the sky, which this castle, I thought, probably did not. I mean, might have also been a guy that just picked one ruin fragment up and brought it up here, but how did he get here at all, by the way? I mean, he must have gotten here after the castle was destroyed, right? So, of course. Try fingers, but yeah, I get it. So, I wonder if you could make that drop. Doesn't look too far, but, you know, judging by what I now know about the weird way this game handles drops from ledges in terms of your health, I'm not so sure anymore. Although, wait, we can actually... You know what? Didn't I find a rainbow stone earlier? At some point? Or was it this one? No. Or is it here? Can also be dropped to gauge the distance of a fall. The higher the pitch of the sound, the higher the likelihood the fall will be fatal. Let's... Wait, can I... That sounded fairly high, didn't it? I mean, I don't have any... Can we... Wait. What do I need for those? Ruin fragments. I have more than enough of those anyway. What happens if I throw it... Well, I mean, I can just literally throw it down here and see if it has the same sound, right? Or maybe this won't have a sound at all? Yeah, same sound. Alright. So it would be fatal. At least without any protection against it, which I do have, so... This looks like something will attack me. Ooh. Wait, what is... I didn't notice that before. There are roots growing in those holes. Well, maybe that's... that doesn't necessarily have to be connected to whatever attacked this thing, right? It could just literally mean, oh, there was a hole now in the wall, so there was a place for roots to grow into. I don't think that's necessarily connected to whatever hit the wall in the first place. It's actually a miracle that that tower is still standing. Well, I mean, I don't have any other choice, so let's take a look. Nothing over here. Oh, hi. What are you? Oh, he has weapons? What the fuck? Okay. What the fuck are you? Stormhawk feather. So that's, well, some sort of hawk. So those were probably, this doesn't necessarily, this looks like they use these birds, right? So it's just a bird that somebody else has attached huge sword-like things to its claws. That actually looks pretty painful for the bird. I kind of feel sorry for it, to be honest. Because this is something that humans would do, right? This is clearly something that humans would do, is to put like these really big swords on hawks and train them to attack other humans. In a way that's probably really, really painful to the bird itself. It's kind of sad. Let's see if the item that we found on it actually mentions something along those lines. A feather from a hawk that lived as one with the storms. These feathers, enveloped in swirling winds, are often used for arrow fletching. Okay, so this doesn't... I mean, I guess it might also be what the other... like the normal hawks that always sit on all the cliffs might be the exact same thing that they are dropping as well. Is there another one of these birds? I hear something. It's some metallic sound. Oh yeah, okay. So there's more of them. And I guess he seems to be picking on his feet, which are obviously metallic blades, so that's what makes the sound. How do you get to the other item, though? I guess this way? Or maybe this way. I could just kill them with my arrow, I feel like. Ah yeah, that's where the item's probably, right? I don't think you can go up there. Alright, let's try this. Oh, holy shit! Poor bird. Wait, can they actually not fly properly? Can you not get up to me? Wait? Seriously? That doesn't look right. Is that done on purpose? Or is that buggy? Z should be able to fly, right? Oh, there's quite a lot of them here. Huh. Solaria is much bigger than I thought it would be. Okay, you think I can hit him multiple times? He's moving too fast. Also, why the fuck are they restricting your upper and downwards movement for arrows? Why can't you just aim further down? Well, now. Okay, this was more annoying than I thought it would be. Let me hit the other one as well, so that both are, and then... Sadly, I don't have, Oh yeah, by the way, I can get rid of this stuff for now. I don't have urns right now. I could... Well, I could create the ones that deal holy damage by using FP. Oh yeah, actually, you know what? Let me do that, because I saw a Site of Grace. Oh. Oh, I'm still... Okay, I'm still in combat. Never mind. flight pinion. That's something different. Alright, yeah, let me create a couple of these things, since I have the sunflowers. Even though I only have 4 of them. Ah, never mind. Equipment. Let's exchange these for the... Wait, what? Oh, there they are. Okay. Oh, yeah. And then we'll take a look at flight pinions. Flight feather of birds, commonly used for arrow fletchlings. Well, that's underwhelming. I really wish those crafting materials would have more explanations about them. That is such a missed opportunity. It is incredibly awesome, though. Like, this is wow, right? The fact that you can look down to that beach that we were on earlier, that's the very same beach where this weird, like, white circling thing was. And, you know, for once, this isn't just a weird background, right? I mean, the other FromSoft games are also pretty great in showing you other level structures before you can get to them, or after you visited them, right? You can see that in Sekiro, you can see, you know, well, pretty much a lot of the castle before you can even get to it, right? In Bloodborne, you can see a lot of Yharnam before you can even get to it. And later on, once you visited Odin Chapel, the Cathedral Ward, right? Was it called Cathedral Ward? Or the middle part of the game, right? You can look out over other sections of the game as well. In Dark Souls 2, right, the backgrounds show you the different levels that you can visit. But the problem is, as I mentioned a couple of times in Dark Souls 2, it's incredibly unrealistic, right? The background clearly is just some sort of image, JPEG, whatever they put in the background, and it's completely different in size and scale and everything once you actually enter the proper level. And while Bloodborne does a pretty good job with Yharnam, I think Bloodborne actually renders Yharnam properly. Obviously, you know, the further out objects are, it will render it with a lower polygon count, I'd imagine, but it's physically still the actual thing, right? Sekiro, on the other hand, does a weird hybrid of it. Because for whatever reason they decided to have, in Sekiro, have like a mountainous background that just looks pretty bad, sadly. Because it's also like a very low resolution JPEG that gets sort of blurred to not make it look too bad. But the problem is, in Sekiro, there is a level that's called Senpu Temple that is a bit further out in the distance. Not that much, though. You can see it, but you can see it as a blurred JPEG, much like you can see the level structures in Dark Souls 2. And even though they managed to do a much better job in Sekiro, obviously it's a much later game, it's still completely different in size and actual scale once you properly enter the actual level, right? And the sort of distance that the background suggests isn't at all the real distance that you travel in order to get there, right? It's much closer in actuality than it is on the JPEG background, which is very, very, very unfortunate. And I was fine with it in Dark Souls 2 because that originally released on the PlayStation 3. I wasn't fine with it in Sekiro. That was not okay. But, you know, this way is obviously much, much cooler. The fact that this is an open world game, obviously the things in the distance are actually the objects they're supposed to be, right? I mean, obviously it doesn't render everything, that's fine. But, you know, it's still exactly the way it is once you're down there and not some weird JPEG with wrong scaling. Okay, let's grab this other item over here. I don't think there is another bird here, though. What are these messages saying? Oh, liar ahead. They are probably... yeah. Why is it always death? Wait, is there something that's going to attack me? I don't think it is. Oh, bolt. Oh. Interesting. But yeah, I wish there was a... I wish there was some sort of cool way to deal with wrong messages. Which is a shame that they've never... This message system is essentially exactly the same that it was in Demon Souls 15 years ago, right? Or 13 years ago? When was Demon Souls? 13 years ago. They didn't really change anything about it. So that's a bit of a shame, because I feel like there's a lot more potential there, right? If... I mean, that's just sort of the first idea that I would have, is to make it so that if you... I mean, you get healed if your message gets appraised, right? And funnily enough, I don't know if you've seen, for example, Peeves' Shenanigans and Demon Souls remake. He put like one message somewhere, right? That the way he did it and placed it, a lot of people just always like. And then he's PvPing in Demon Souls. His message gets raided so many times that he just gets free healed sometimes during PvP as well. Which is obviously, you know, pretty darn good. And pretty funny when it happens. But I wish there was actually some kind of system where if you place a message that's lying, and that's the cool thing here, right? There are messages, and that's purposefully built. The system is purposely built like this so that messages can lie to you, right? They can literally lie to you and make you think that, for example, you should drop down somewhere, even though that's a fall to your death. Which, that's pretty cool, right? I like the thought behind it, that they're giving players a lot of free reign in terms of what they can do with the messages. It's very, very cool. But I do think that there should be a punishment if your message gets rated with a lot of poor ratings. Because why does the poor rating even exist, right? And, you know, don't get me wrong, I don't know 100% whether or not a system like that exists or not, right? I'm just speculating here, but I do think there should be one. I don't know exactly what it should be. You know what? Because I think that it would be a bit unfair, and it would be abusable potentially if a poor rated message would, for example, drop your HP or something. I don't think that's what should happen. On the other hand, you know, the very cool thing is that in Dark Souls, for example, there are covenants for PvP invaders, right? So people who like to invade... I mean, in Dark Souls 2, that covenant is literally called Blood something. Blood Brothers, whatever, right? So, that's a very cool aesthetic, right? Think about if there was like a covenant or some sort of ranking system that ranked players who have a lot of poorly rated messages. And think about if that gave you some sort of cool status of the liar, or, you know, the betrayer, I don't know, right? The double agent, something like that, right? And that would be like a specific status that could somehow influence PvP. So maybe it would give you like one detrimental effect, but one other very cool effect, right? So for example, it could, I don't know, maybe decrease your overall damage output, but maybe there would be items that are only usable while you have that debuff, that can, I don't know, inflict curse damage to enemies or something like that, right? Something sort of dark, and where you know, where the game actually represents you sort of embracing the side of madness, right? Of delivering conflicting messages. Because also we found that finger, right? So these messages are written with the finger you get at the very beginning of the game. And the description of that finger clearly tells you you're meant to guide other tarnished on their way. And the fingers are passed on through the generations to impart knowledge from one generation of Tarnished to the next, right? That's what they're meant to be used for. So if you're using them, quote unquote, in the wrong way, right, meaning that you have a lot of poorly rated messages, I think there should be some sort of cool thing where, I don't know. I mean, they could have also done something, and, you know, I'm completely going off the rails here, but imagine if there would be messages that either had a different color, so maybe they were red or something, or quite the opposite way, if you have a lot of poorly rated messages, maybe you would be able to send curses through those messages to other players, right? So instead of just having like this very sort of gated PvP that the game now has, where, or rather, I don't know how it exactly works in this game, but, you know, I'm just judging by other FromSoft titles, where PvP is like a different state of the game, right? It's the game very clearly tells you when you are invaded, and it goes into this invaded status, right? Where you, for example, can't rest at bonfires anymore, that kind of thing. So there is like this clear threshold between online PvP and or PvE and solo play. But what's so cool about these online systems, and why it was such a great feature in, 13 years ago in Demon's Souls, is because it's not that. It's just seamlessly integrated into your solo experience, right? These bloodstains and messages are just loaded in while you're online. It's not a specific state the game enters, it's just the standard, the way it's always is, right? So if you would introduce messages that contain traps, for example, and or also good items, that would definitely be an innovation on the system. Again, that would obviously be something that would have a lot of balancing needed, right? There would have to be... You would also have to come up with systems in the background that decided, for example, how many traps can actually be loaded at any given point, right? You obviously don't want that to happen all the time, so you would have to limit it in some fashion, that it potentially only loads one trap for every level entered. Obviously, that might then also create a situation where it would be too predictable, right? So that's definitely something that would require a lot of thought and probably a fair amount of development time. But again, since we have this message system now for 13 years, I had kind of hoped they would actually come up with new ideas. And to that degree, I think that a couple of other games who sort of emulated the system over the years have actually come up with better uses and better ideas for it on how it could be developed further. And I do wish that this game would have tried to do that as well. The same thing with the bloodstains, especially since I think that, you know what the bloodstains should also be is, it's kind of cool. I mean, you can touch them, right? And then it shows how a person died. Clearly, this person probably died to these two hawks here. And the other ones as well, probably. The problem is that the bloodstains, they're also the exact same like they were 13 years ago, right? And they clearly aren't integrated into the environment properly. I mean, they always load with the sort of z-axis orientation or degree being 0, meaning that they sort of awkwardly clip into the ground or seem to be floating above the ground, which is obviously bad. Imagine if that would be different, right? Imagine if these bloodstains would look exactly like the blood that you can see when you kill enemies and stuff. Imagine how cool that would look, right? Imagine how incredible it would look if you look down these cliffs. You see these two hawks, and then you just see blood splatter all over the place. But blood splatter that actually properly looks integrated into this environment. Like it's a texture that's meant to be there. But it's not a texture that's there by default. It's actually dynamically loaded in depending on how many players die in this specific location. Imagine how incredible that would be. And then think about a game like Death Stranding, obviously, which I don't think is that great of a game at all, but it has this incredible online technology where it dynamically changes the world. Essentially exactly what I was just describing, right? It dynamically changes the world depending on what players are doing, what paths they're choosing, and with what vehicles and stuff they're traversing these paths, right? Imagine if Elden Ring would, at least for the bloodstains, do the exact same thing, right? Because that would look, think about how absolutely incredible that would look if this area, instead of these awkwardly and clearly, weirdly placed bloodstains, instead it had actual, like, real-looking blood splatter all over this place. That would look absolutely phenomenal. Now I'm sort of disappointed that I came up with that idea and it looks like this. Yeah. And that is something that's the one thing I really, really don't like about FromSoft's games, is that they take too many things from their other games. I mean, obviously people want that, right? That's another issue here as well. People constantly want the exact same thing, right? People know, oh, I like Dark Souls, I like Bloodborne, and then, they want the exact same thing over and over again, which I don't know why, right? Clearly this open world shows how incredible a concept like this can be taken further. So the fact that then other concepts are just literally copied over, and not once, but have been copied over, 6 times now or something over the last 13 years, without any change to it whatsoever. That's just disappointing, right? I wonder why, I really wonder why they don't change that more. Ooh. Their attacks do come out much faster a lot of the time than I think they would. Yeah. I do very much like that they finally improved the targeting system, though. That you can finally actually target things that are further away. That makes ranged combat a lot more satisfying if you don't have to do this awkward manual targeting. Oh, whoops. I thought he dropped something. Which is yet another example of what I was just talking about, right? Clearly, a smithing stone 3. We haven't even found a second one. Interesting. But yeah, clearly they do innovate on stuff, right? And when they do, it's actually pretty good. I mean, I imagine sort of their development philosophy seems to be to, innovate on the things that they can and keep everything else the same. So they don't introduce sort of additional, because that's definitely an error that a lot of game developers actually make, is where they change too many things and it just doesn't really work out that well, right? Whereas that's definitely something good that this approach has, that FromSoft takes, is that they innovate on the stuff they feel comfortable to innovate on, right? So clearly they said, oh yeah, we want to do an open world that works similar to Dark Souls. And that was their goal, and they, at least so far, definitely delivered on it, right? And instead of then trying to innovate on everything else at the same time, potentially sacrificing their original idea and the actual goal that they set for themselves, they just copy over the other stuff, right? And in and of itself, I do like that approach, right? It's just a bit sad when you see the things that have just been copied over, right? Because I do feel like there was a lot of missed opportunity. There is a lot of missed opportunity here. But yeah, that being said, this is still a much better approach to what, sadly, a lot of other game developers are doing, where they're seemingly innovating on too many things. I mean, one example that does come to mind is Battlefield, for example, where, yeah, people were complaining back in the day that Battlefield 4, oh, that's literally just a reskin Battlefield 3, or whatever bullshit people were spewing, right? But clearly Battlefield 4 just took the formula that was already great in 3 and improved on it. Now, sadly, it was still released way too early, right? But that's probably also EA or whoever dumb executive decided that. Because I think back then they wanted to hit the launch window of the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One. And that sort of came back to bite them because they had to do a lot of... But, well, the good thing is they actually fixed all the issues, right? I mean, about a year later, Battlefield 4, to this day, is still my favorite FPS, pretty much. And they actually fixed all their issues, which sadly they've never done going forward, right? They didn't fix the issues that Battlefield 1 had. They didn't fix the issues that Battlefield 5 had. They tried, they just didn't succeed with that. Well, yeah, I mean, that was the problem, right? With Battlefield 1, they clearly changed a lot of stuff. They changed over to a much newer version of their engine. But in the process of that, a lot of what made Battlefield 4 really good was lost, right? And sadly, they didn't realize that and, well, released a game like Battlefield 1, which wasn't even that bad. It's just that it didn't carry over what was good from 4, right? It in some weird way tried to reinvent too many things and ultimately, at least in my opinion, failed to do that. It still wasn't bad, it just wasn't good anymore, right? And again, the issue is that the things that made Battlefield 4 good just weren't carried over. And that's, I mean, if we can probably talk a lot about other games as well that just don't do that for whatever reason. They don't carry over what they already had, and instead try to reinvent too many things. Whereas FromSoft clearly takes the opposite approach of saying, all right, let's just copy over our last game and then try and look where we can change things and make them better, right? This is very cool, though. I mean, I said this multiple times already, but that's the start of the game. It's interesting the way it's done, right? Because you sort of start backwards. You start all the way in the end with the Chapel of Anticipation. But judging by how the statues turned, I would say that it's clearly meant to be approached from the other side. I mean, well, technically that's the only way you can approach it from, right? But I do wonder what the sort of implication here is, right? Because if it's a chapel, and with this statue, and if we also, you can sort of see like this rounded thing here where my head is now, peeking over the side of the building. That's a statue of America, right? So it's clearly some sort of religious site with like some sort of protector watching over it or something. So I'd imagine that usually it was meant to be approached from that side, and then people would go to that chapel. And yeah, it clearly seems to be some sort of really, really important place. I do wonder why they why they start the game there, right? I mean, clearly we're going to go back to it. But I just wonder, what's the significance of it? Especially with how weirdly they connected. In that beginning cutscene where they just turn the screen black and play a sound instead of having an actual cutscene of you being thrown over the cliff. That looks funny down there. Okay, that's the site of grace that I saw earlier, right? I mean, we can just loop around from there. I grabbed that item already, right? So I don't think that I've missed anything. I wonder if we can... Are you supposed to be able to jump up there? I don't think you are, right? We also can't summon our mount here. Because these things always, they kind of look like you're meant to be able to jump up there, but I don't think you can. Or maybe, see, that's... That's the issue when you introduce a jump like this, right? Suddenly players might be able to reach locations that shouldn't be reachable. But yeah, I mean, it came from the side. Jump down there. Okay. Or maybe, oh, never mind. You can go here. Okay. It's probably literally nothing here. Except this. Well, that was underwhelming. These sites of grace seem to be very close to each other. Still slightly confused about that. I mean, look at the map. This is the... like... How many enemies did we fight? 4? 4 or 5 of those birds? That's literally it, between the checkpoints. Weird. I wonder if there's some kind of other significance to these checkpoints. I mean, having a checkpoint here makes sense because you open the gate as well, right, at some point. And that's some sort of shortcut, I'd imagine. But why is this here? It seems way too close to the last one. Also, see, I didn't even use any resources. Or at least no flasks. I think I also still have full FP, yeah. Huh. That guy. I think he looks exactly like the guys or the ghosts that we fought in the other dungeon, right? Where I wasn't able to actually finish it, or rather, I sort of gave up with that really strong enemy there. He looks exactly the same, just alive. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? Considering that. Oh. Okay. Maybe I should have, the fuck? Whoa! Oh shit. Stamina. Oh, that's their sword can do that. I think. Is that like a skill that they're using? Might be. They have thorns on their body. What the hell? That's something that I need to write down. So clearly this theme of thorns here is something that we've seen multiple times now. I wonder if that's some sort of corrupted, like the roots of the Earth Tree might have become corrupted or something. I don't think they would willingly put these on themselves, right? Then again, we have seen that one gravesite, right? Where all the way down at the bottom, where we fought this weird cat-like stone statue. It had these people literally sort of crawling into the roots of the tree and dying there, or sacrificing themselves to the tree. In that case, the tree didn't have thorns, though. This doesn't look like... This looks like the thorns are sort of corrupting them, right? Clearly not their, like, their own idea, I guess. That first dude was hilarious, though, right? He's just running towards me and literally jumping down the cliff. Don't know what his deal was, but okay. Sure. Mod leather shield. Oh, that has a thorn on it as well. Leather shield of Stormveil soldiers. Much like the castle, it is marred by mottling and thorns. Some say it is the curse of grafting which causes such affliction, while others talk of its root being something altogether more sinister, hidden deep within the castle. Ooh, okay. Curse of grafting? Or something more sinister? I feel like at some point we'll find out what it is. How good is the shield, though? Not that good. This is clearly intentionally placed here, so they want you to know about that. Interestingly enough, I mean, most of these roots are normal roots that we've seen, but then these spew forth thorns. So the castle was attacked from the outside, apparently, but something within the castle then spewed forth these thorns. Now I wonder if... I wonder if this is some sort of curse or whatever that they maybe initiated to defend themselves against whatever attacked the castle. I don't know if that's really a conclusion we can draw here, but... I mean, it could be. You think it's better to manually aim at their head? Or, just shoot them? Oh shit. Whoa! That's not entirely what I expected him to do. Ooh, holy shit, that's an interesting wall. And the thorns definitely grow larger and sort of more clustered up. Oh, there's another entrance to this room. They could have placed an enemy here that would, like, backstab you. And that would be really shitty, but, you know, it's FromSoft. You think he'll hit me as well? Oh. Wait, what? He was actually trying to run towards me. Interesting. Why? Why won't you let me aim up more? It's a dumb decision. Ooh, okay. You trying to... Where did he go? Oh yeah, he actually... I like how he stopped, right? That is such a cool way to design your AI. I don't know... The problem is you can't really tell how much of that was done on purpose, or if it's just some weird AI, because the guy over there literally just jumped down the cliff on accident. The cool part is that you can always sort of explain that away by the fact that they're all sort of they all have lost their mind, right? They're clearly not human anymore. So there's always the chance that they just do something really stupid because they can't really think anymore. That's cool. But this is, this is awesome. The fact that he was attacked, he ran towards us, but then instead of just mindlessly barging out the door, he actually stopped, right? As if he was thinking about, well, fuck. I know that he's on the other side, but I know that if I just run outside, he'll just kill me, right? So he clearly seemed to think about what he was trying to do. So that's pretty cool, actually. Okay, they're carrying these feathers as well. Huh. And now we see these other guys. Oh, they're actually attacking. I did not expect that. Huh, they're throwing stones. Why would they attack? Why did that other dude help us? I mean, maybe he didn't help us? Although, yeah, okay, so I get why that one message was saying that he's a liar, because he said they don't know about the castle being breachable from the side. So, and those look like explosive barrels. Interesting. So, I mean, yes, he seemingly lied to us. So in that sense, it makes sense that these guys would attack us, right? Because they're sort of his buddies, maybe? Do I want to... nah, let's use the flask. I want to keep my FP for now. Sadly, I don't have burning arrows. That seems to be something that might be beneficial here. You know what? Let me try and shoot these things. Okay. That's weird. I guess that's maybe some sort of fire powder stuff. Okay. Boom. Nice. Whoa! Did not think that would hit me. Let's see if I can... You think that arrow will actually go over? Oh, the other guys. Oh, nice. Okay. Shit. It actually looks pretty painful when you hit them. Oh, fuck. Seriously? Why did the first one fly past the staircase and this one didn't? Okay, so now in the back there, we can actually see... I see you. Oh, never mind, he didn't see me. In the background there, we can see a gold line, this time on green, with additional sort of ornaments around it. The stuff that's around it could symbolize a tree. So sort of a combination of what the soldiers were wearing, right? Whereas they have sort of both of them separate, a golden line on red and the tree on green. This seems to be a combination of the two. Interesting choice, certainly. Now we can see these thorns also within the castle. Oh, this looks like... Okay. So this looks like the thorns sort of are sprouting forth from the position of the impact, right? Because we saw these impact places from the outside, and now we see it from the inside. And on both sides, the thorns seem to be coming out from whatever hit the castle. So whatever hit it probably had the curse inside it somehow. That seems to be the case, right? So potentially it's not necessarily something that was done by the what does this say? Potentially it wasn't done by the people attacked the castle, but rather by... No, other way around. It potentially wasn't done by the people within the castle, but rather whatever attacked the castle. Wait, is he actually circling around? I thought he was going back and forth. Oh yeah, he is. Interesting. His weapon as well, with the thorns on it. I do think that the ghosts that we saw, right, in... The ghosts that we saw in the... okay. Thankfully, they don't explode when you hit them with a sword, which is also way more logical. The ghosts we saw in the grave, in the Fringe's grave thing, Hero's grave, they, I think, hook claws. Wow. I think they did not look like they had thorns, which would make sense, right? That was fun. You know what? Let me actually write a message for a change. Let's see. Can we... If I... How do I do that? Let me check. Which one was the message one? This one, right? Yeah. Use. Required to have you very off. Didn't expect visions off. So I could go with visions of rolling or time for rolling or something. Let's go with time for things, battle tactics. Time for dashing through. Actions, attacking, running attack, everywhere, parrying. Time for rolling. Yes. Let's see if people like that. It's a bit awkwardly placed, but maybe it'll work. Okay. That's... What is this sound? I guess it's just the wind howling through the holes in the wall. Also really interesting now, it's actually green, right? That does seem to be... Are those different plants? The green stuff seemingly doesn't have any thorns on it, right? And the thorns almost seem to be growing over the green. So are they not the same thing then? And then this statue, I wonder if it's the same one that's near the Chapel of Anticipation, just a small version of it. It's very hard to tell who that might be. I mean, I think we saw these somewhere else as well. So they have a spear, and these leaf rings are on them. But they don't have thorns, so maybe whatever plant they had here that they maybe worshipped or something, maybe that was cursed, and that's why it turned into the thorns. Although, yeah, I mean, why? What's the significance of the thorns mainly growing around the impact holes? I mean, the leaves are too, which is sort of confusing, right? Don't really have any kind of information about them at this point, I feel like. Well, is there still somebody else who could throw fireballs at us? Not here, it seems. What the fuck was that? Suddenly had some sort of screen shake that wasn't there before, I feel like. Ah, and once again, this is that weird thing with a long tail, right? So the lion on green, and then we have, is this just also supposed to be a lion, just with a very long tail? I don't know. I have no idea. Here it does look, could be similar to the lion, but it does look very different in a way, right? And again, the ornaments around it, don't they already look like the thorn plants? But it's hard to tell whether or not they're supposed to have thorns. Maybe they could just be the normal roots that we see. This time with this ornamental tree-looking thing behind it. I mean, this makes me think like, was the tree... Was the earth tree worshipped here at some point? I mean, we kind of know that it potentially was at some point through history, right? This seems like a trap, somehow. Maybe it's not. No, it's not. Throwing dagger 5. Nice. Oh, right. I didn't even look at the... Completely forgot about that. Let me go back. The claws. Hook claws. We can use them. 14 dexterity. Okay. Weapon worn on the first comprised of sharp... What? Oh, on the fist. For a second, on the first? What the fuck? Weapon worn on the fist, comprised of sharp parallel blades, favored by those who lurk in the dark. Lacerations cause blood loss with great effect. Claw weapons come in pairs, and two-handing this weapon will equip it to both hands. Ah. Oh, passive effect. Causes blood loss build up 60. That's interesting that they sort of changed how the stats are displayed, right? It has an FP cost though? Oh, the skill has. Oh, right. It has quick step as well. That's the same skill that the dagger comes with, right? I almost think, like, wouldn't an assassin like us potentially use these? I was thinking about if I should maybe try using these. I mean, that would be... I mean, I just like swords a lot. That would be something else, though. I mean, you could potentially make a really cool build with something like this. Obviously, I would need to upgrade them. I mean, they have C dex scaling, so... I just don't know whether or not I would be good enough with them. I feel like that would require a lot of learning on my part. Also, I mean, they're fairly fast, right? The problem is the awkward way you two-hand in this game. Oh, yeah. It's actually really annoying how you two-hand. I mean, they are pretty cool. Do they fit my character's aesthetic, though? I'm not entirely sure. They're a bit too beast-like for me, I feel like. Right? Because as an assassin, I do feel like you should be a bit more like you should be, or I guess, well, as the assassin that I want to play, right? I want to be very meticulous and sort of really planning out my approach, and these claws are a bit more chaotic in nature, right? There is a very beautiful picture of one of these birds here. And the bird on the picture does not have blades attached to its feet. So that's nice, I guess. Also, I saw these. So the king-looking guy on the right. Let me go back. He's holding some sort of... Is that an axe? He has the lion behind it. Oh, that looks like the guy on those Elden Ring, like the poster that came with the launch edition. On those promotional things as well. Looks like that guy. So what's the implication here? Does he have some sort of spirit of a lion that's fighting for him? When did I enter the round table hold? Oh, here. Did I write anything? Gold frame picture of a maiden, picture America. I wrote down picture of a man with braided beard. I do think that's him. So, he has a spirit of a lion behind him. Or, well, I'm calling it a spirit. Obviously, I don't really know. It's golden, which is interesting. I wonder if he might be the... What's his name? Godric, right? Godwin. Why am I calling... I think I'm calling Godric the entire time. Godwin. The one that's ruling about the castle. Before the Shattering, probably? When he wasn't a decrepit demigod, but rather the actual ruler of this place? Okay. That is him. What the fuck am I looking at here on the left? Oh, I think I completely misinterpreted this at the beginning. Or am I? What the hell is that? Because when you first look at it, it almost looks like some sort of lizard. Like, what are they called? The Argonians in Elder Scrolls? It almost looks like an Argonian, sort of, almost suggestively pointing his butt towards whoever painted this. But I don't think that's actually what it's supposed to display. Or maybe it is. The pose is just really weird, isn't it? Is that just... Am I misinterpreting this? Is it like showing something from like a different angle and it's just my mind that changes it to that? But wouldn't you agree that it looks like a person sort of suggestively turning their butt towards the camera? But there's something on top, like there's an animal-looking thing on top, I think. Or maybe the hood or whatever the person's wearing is an animal. Just makes it look like an Argonian. Let's see if we find like another version of it. No idea what that's supposed to be. Absolutely no idea. This is probably locked. Yeah. Is it just a... What is it? Oh, it has a ladder in it. So it's a kind of storage room, not a prison. Can I see enemies here? Doesn't look like they're actually other enemies. Do these... Okay, they're not damaging me. Saint Trina's arrow. Oh! Ah. So you can... This is where the two guys are that I shot, right? You can get there from here. Okay. And there's one guy in the front there, I can see him. What are these arrows? They seem pretty special. St. Trina's... well, first of all... Okay, they're... Ah, they cause sleep buildup. Okay. Arrow carved to resemble a withered water lily. Afflicts targets with a powerful sleep effect. priests of Saint Trina use these arrows to spread their teachings. The sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit. Okay. Priests of Saint Trina spread their teachings through arrows. That seems weird. You would think that if you inflict sleep on someone with an arrow, they wouldn't necessarily learn anything, but okay. Sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit. That is yet another weird thing. The priests of Saint Trina. So these arrows have plant-looking things at the top as well. The statue that we found with the spear, that's holding the spear, that also has the leaves on it, I don't think they're Saint Trina though, right? They look more like a man, and Saint Trina would be a woman, I think, but that's just an assumption. It could very well also be a man. I mean, it could be a surname, right? I wonder what kind of effect these arrows have on enemies, though, because sleep causes you to lose FP, I think, when it actually builds up. What does that mean for enemies? I mean, we have seen a couple of enemies, like the two dudes that jumped us near the side of Grace. They were using this weapon skill, right? Storm weapon skill, something. Would that mean that they wouldn't be able to use it anymore? Also, it causes the confusion or something, right? So maybe they wouldn't be able to attack you. I'd imagine if you hit like normal enemies with it, they probably just sort of they can't attack you anymore or something. Okay. Oh, seriously. Oh. I guess there were other yeah, a lot of these things here. Ooh, nice, 3 smoldering butterflies. Wait, why is that nice? Oh, because I can potentially... No, I can't. Why? Ah, for fuck's sake, I'm missing a thin beast bone. I wanted to craft the fire arrows. Shit, I'm missing the bones. Oh, I can craft firebone bolts. Let's do that, actually. I can just craft 10, but... well, I would have to swap to my crossbow, though. Weirdly enough, this picture, right? Oh, you know what? That might be the other side of the world, to be honest. Or is it? I was thinking, it sort of looks like what this place could have looked like before the castle was built, right? Because seemingly it doesn't have the castle on it. The rest of the structures were still there. I actually want to write that down. Landscape picture. Looks like before castle was built. So I wonder if this tells us something about history. Because the white towers and the giant bridge are already on it, right? Suggesting that they're much, much older. Which is something that I thought anyway, because like on that beach that we were on, where you can sort of jump down and jump up again through these wind thingies, those giant stone arcs, right? I was speculating about, well, they look even bigger than something that the giants would build that we saw. So yeah, them being a lot older than most of the other structures that we can actually go into. Like this castle, for example, looks human-sized in a way. It's still insanely huge, right? Compared to real-world castles, but it's a fantasy one, so that's fine. But the overall structure, right? The doorways and, well, everywhere we've been walking so far looks human-sized, right? Or made for humans. Whereas these giant structures, that giant bridge in the middle of the world, those white towers, and also the stone arches on that beach that we saw, they all look like they were built by somebody much bigger than humans. Potentially, right? It doesn't say that that's definitely the case, but potentially. Whoops, white towers and bridge already existed. This might be a completely wrong interpretation, though, right? I mean, this picture might have just been taken from an awkward angle or whatever. Doesn't necessarily mean that it does show a significant piece of history. It might be something else entirely. All right. Nobody else here? That looks like an enemy that's just sitting there. There are no more destroyable things or things that you can blow up, though. Is that supposed to suggest that he's sleeping, I wonder? They all look like that. The other dude up there as well. Considering what we've heard about St. Trina, I kind of wonder if they actually are sleeping. Ah, there's an item up there as well. I do need to remind myself to check out the outer layer, because that's something that I might need to return to. Why are they here? The golden rune. I mean, in a way, it might be more beneficial to take the path outside of the castle through this hole, because you can potentially sort of get behind all of the enemies that are, more upwards. But then again, there were still other enemies on the outside of the wall anyway, so it's not necessarily an advantage. I did not expect this to actually open. Shit. Without my torch, this is going to be incredibly dark. Ooh, hello. I see you. Who are you? You look almost like a knight. I like how they're like drawing you in with the item, right? I mean, obviously that's something that they've always done, but still very effective. A lot of these statues here. Okay. Well, now I'm wondering, that seems like the actual way that I have to continue, right? Through that room? I wonder if we can enter the room from another side and backstab that thing. Although, I am an assassin. You know what? Do you think Assassin's Approach would work here? I mean, it is insanely dark. Without the torch. Oops. Oh, fuck! Whoa. Okay. Oh, shit! He has very fast attacks. I don't want to die to this guy. That is so fast! That death animation looked way more elaborate. Oh, for fuck's sake, now our runes are actually in that room. Shit. Okay, that's going to be incredibly annoying to get back to. Well, I mean the runes are gonna stay in that room, right? So as long as I don't die... That was a fail with the Assassin's Approach, huh? As long as I don't die, I would be able to get them back, right? Having said that, I don't know how easy that would be to do. Well, this time he didn't fall down. I'm sad about that. Oh, for fuck's sake. I knew that I wasn't going to be able to fight them. Fuck's sake. I knew that I wasn't going to be able to fight them this time without actually losing a flask. Fuck. Oh shit. That looked weird. Almost fell down. I mean, if I lose the runes, I lose the runes. It's not that much. Like, it wasn't even half a level, I think. Still not necessarily something that you want to lose. But yeah, now I think that potentially if we take the other approach, there might be another way towards him, right? So... guess let's try that. At least you can sort of stun lock them. Shit. He's going to climb up the ladder anyway, right? Hey, please, what the fuck are you doing? Bye-bye. And now we need to sort of awkwardly try and hit the other one as well. That's the one that was running towards me, right? Well, I mean, at least I have a bunch of healing stuff. Fuck was that sound? Well, I mean, is he stuck somewhere? Sounds like he's stuck somewhere. What was I gonna say? So, I am slightly disappointed that I wasn't able to stealthily approach that guy, right? I mean, that would have been cool. That being said, though, oh no, I think that's that guy, right? That being said, though, I do like that. What the fuck? Okay, I think he was stuck somewhere. Where the hell? Oh, he must have been stuck somewhere there, right? That was weird. But yeah, it does make sense that you wouldn't necessarily be able to stealthily approach him because he purposefully looks at the door, and it's very feasible to assume that he would have noticed us opening the door, right? Because it's a pretty heavy, like, metal wooden door thing. So, yeah. I think it would have been actually quite awkward if we would have been able to just run around him, essentially. I think that would have been quite weird. So, in that regard, it's fine. I do hope that we can approach him from another side, though. Because otherwise, do I actually... Oh, okay. That was awkward. I also like that they're adding this. The sound effect seems to be very intentionally placed. I mean, obviously it makes sense, but it's only really present here, right? Right next to where you potentially might be able to go. So that's pretty cool. Can you... Okay. Thank you. I'm also slightly disappointed by the fact that, you know, firebolts aren't actually really that helpful here, simply because... Oh, for fuck's sake. Firebolts aren't that effective because all of the placements of these burning things... What are they even called? Why have I forgot the name? Not casket. Barrel. Why? What the fuck? Why did I forget the name barrel? But yeah, these barrels seem to be, they're placed in a way where, the fuck was that sound? Wait, what? Huh? Somebody or something must have potentially heard me. So I can open the door though, I just can't enter the room, correct? What was that? Fuck. Funnily enough, the runes actually provide some sort of light. So I guess it wouldn't even be that... Like, if I entered the room now, I think it would actually be beneficial to keep the runes on the ground as a light source so that I can use my shield. Might not be the worst tactic. Yeah, I'm wondering what kind of enemy I can hear wandering around. But this time, I won't just enter the room. Let's try and actually approach this from the other side. Let's see what we can do from the outside of the castle. I have a feeling that you're not necessarily able to enter the room from this way. Okay, there's definitely another guy up there that I need to be careful of. But that being said, there has to be some sort of other thing that we might potentially be able to do from here. Ah, nice, another smoldering butterfly. Oh, really? Shit. Well, that's disappointing. So I have to fight the knight, huh? These thorns, they're so curious, right? How does that work? How do they exist? Or what? How did they came to be? Is the question here. Okay, well, fuck. In order to continue, I have to fight that knight. I could, yeah, I mean, the best way to fight him, actually, is probably to parry him, huh? Just not quite sure I'm capable of doing that consistently. Well, again, if I keep the runes on the ground, I might be able to actually hurt him with that. I don't think that it's necessarily beneficial to use something else for him. Because the room's fairly small, you know, throwing items onto him might not necessarily be the best idea. But yeah, if I do keep the runes on the ground, I have a light source, so I could... can try and deal with him. I mean, if I have my shield, depending on how much... I mean, he does seem fairly strong. Definitely an enemy that you need to attempt multiple times to get comfortable with it. At least I think so. I really don't know. He also doesn't necessarily look like somebody who might be, you know, who might be susceptible to magic or fire or something. Let's just try it, right? Wait, what? Huh? What? Why is he... Is that trap only, like, working the first time, or what's the implication here? Or did I enter the room further last time? Because I think... Couldn't I just hit him from here? Seems weird. Whoa! What the fuck was that? I did not expect that to happen. Holy shit! Now he's stuck on the door. Well... Oh, for fuck's sake! Well, yeah, this is awkward. This is... I don't know if this is supposed to happen. I mean, I'm not entering that room now. Well, that's... That's weird. Well, you trapped me the first time, now it trapped you, I guess. That is disappointing, though. I don't know if this is supposed to happen. I mean... The first time it clearly triggered the cutscene, like... I mean, I was wondering how they were going to do that, right? I pretty much expected the cutscene to just play again. Huh. Now I'm sort of... I wish they would have done this in a different way. I mean, yeah, you could have placed this enemy in a way where it wasn't like you wouldn't have been able to shoot him from the entrance of the room, and then they could have done it where I think this would work a lot better if there wasn't a cutscene. If this was just, you enter the room and the door immediately closes. Maybe they didn't want to do that because maybe during testing that didn't really work. Maybe sometimes players would get stuck on the door or something, but I don't think that might happen, right? I mean, the worst case, the door would just close again and you would be stuck outside and you would have to open it again with now the knowledge of it closing behind you. I wonder if I could have just opened it while I was fighting the guy, potentially, right? It's kind of hard to tell. What's that on his head? That looks like whatever beast is on those other banners, right? So on the helm, on his helmet, is and then the sort of curled up symbol that we've seen before on that picture as well, almost snake curl of its tail. So it's, I don't know, it's a creature with wings. Some sort of antlers on its head. Question mark, big question mark, and long tail. But again, no idea what that might be. Absolutely no idea what that might be. But yeah, I mean, obviously I could have entered the room to try and fight him, but why? I mean, I think, if I would have tried to enter the room, he probably would have hit me immediately. I do know that this would have probably taken me a couple of attempts. I think he's actually a pretty tough enemy. So yeah, it's a bit... Rusty key, aha! So now we can open the other door down there. Kind of on the fence about this chest. Why do I hear... There has to be another enemy sort of on top of this room. I hear footsteps. I hope this isn't some kind of transporter trap again. No, it's not. Curved sword talisman. Sounds like something that I might not necessarily be able to use, but it does sound cool. Okay. Let us take a look. So, a key item, a rusty key, opens a locked door in Stormveil Castle. Does it have anything special on it? No. It's literally just an old key. Okay. Well, we know what kind of door it very likely unlocks. And then we got the... Where is it? Here. The curved sword talisman. Enhances guard counters. Oh. Did not expect that. A talisman depicting a curved sword and a swordsman. Enhances guard counters. It is said that a blind swordsman was the originator of this technique, the art of allowing one's opponent to strike so as to leave them vulnerable to a well-timed reply. Guard counters. What are guard counters exactly, though? They're not parries, right? Aren't guard counters when you guard with the sword? Wait, so for example, the skill that my sword has is follow up with the normal slash the enemy's guard or strong attack to perform. I don't think that's a guard counter though. So if I, let me see, if I two-hand my sword, I can guard with it, right? Is that some sort of, like, can you, I don't think you can parry with this though, right? Isn't, wait, let me check. Yeah, because the parry is the skill of the shield. Use the skill in time with a foe's melee attack to deflect it and break that foe's stance. This provides an opening to perform a critical hit. Huh. So what's a guard counter then? Do we know that? Did the game ever tell me about that? Sense of Grace, Guidance of Grace, Man, Faster Run Table Death, 6 America, Guarding. Use an armament in your left hand or both hands to guard against incoming attacks. Guarding is especially effective when done with a shield. Guarding consumes stamina. If your stamina runs out, your stance will be broken. L1 guard. Okay. Guard counters. There it is. You can perform a counterattack immediately after blocking an enemy attack. Guard counters make it easy to break an enemy's stance. R2 immediately after blocking an attack. Guard counter. Maybe... Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to do this. Maybe... So... I get hit, and then I press R2. I think I need to try that. Because, well, currently... I don't know what the fire damage negation really does. I mean, I probably want to have this when I start fighting Agil, the dragon. But for now, this actually seems more useful. I should probably try that. So guarding, and then boop. Yeah, so these are the things, right? So the weapon skills and stuff like guard counters and also parrying in general, those are definitely things that make fights against enemies like this holy shit, a lot of people died here. But yeah, those are things that can definitely make it much easier to fight opponents like this, right? So I should probably try and do that. So yeah, let's I completely forgot about guard counters being a thing. And parry's sure, I'm really always on the fence of parrying, because I feel like my timing's just pretty bad. Which is sort of a problem, right? Since my timing's bad, I should probably try and parry more, actually, so that I will be able to find out the correct timing. But, yeah. That means that I actually have to learn it. Okay, use the rusty key. Okay. Nothing else here though, right? Sounds like there's a rat somewhere. Yeah, doesn't it? Sounds like some sort of animal. Definitely not a human sound. Alright. Oh, we have to jump over. Huh? He just stood up. What's the deal with you? He's actually... Okay. Fuck. This is... Sorry, this is kind of... kind of annoying to do. But let me... Oh, for fuck's sake. This one. And also, that's the wrong bolt. Am I on the right bolt? I think I am. Bye. I just wanted to do that. Okay. Wait. Is it? Yes, medium load. Okay. I just wanted to do that so badly. Oh, wait, what? Oh. I mean, Logically, he would probably hear me jumping over here. Can still hear someone walking. Am I able? Nah. I have to go to that from the outside. More fire grease. I wonder if the fire grease tries to tell you that maybe that knight would have been weak to it. Right? Okay, this is interesting because this seems almost like the first... Oh no, never mind. I thought for a second here, do you actually have to jump down onto that thin thing? Is this supposed to be like really cool parkour or, you know, stuff like that? But no, you're supposed to jump over here. Okay. I think there was another enemy outside. Yeah. It's gotten pretty bright. I am sometimes, like, in between, I'm completely forgetting that this game has, like, time of day change and stuff. Okay, let me... Can you attack me? Not with... Oh, for fuck's... Not with the shield, you dumbass. Okay. Come here. Aha! Okay. Okay, I like that. That's a guard counter. So if the, I guess if the enemy does this, like, this bounce off, right? That we've seen multiple times already. If the enemy sort of bounces off of your shield, then you can perform a guard counter. Okay, that's really cool. And, well, now I'm wondering what the more effective part of it means, but I feel like that's probably referring to the damage that it does. I mean, that's sort of the only thing it can really affect. I don't think it... Because the timing isn't necessarily too difficult, right? Wait, what the... What? How do you have to... That's the item over there, right? How the hell is that supposed to work? Are you supposed to jump down there? Oh, maybe you can jump onto that sort of ledge. Yeah, there's grass growing there. Yeah, okay, I see. That's how that's supposed to be done. Okay, so I need to remind myself, need to make a mental note that there is an item you can jump down to. But yeah, I don't think that the talisman improves anything about the timing, right? That seems weird. So it's probably the damage that it would influence. Hi. A bit weird that the crossbow dude is inside and the one with the weapon outside. I would have swapped the two, but okay. Don't you dare. Yeah, probably not jump down. See, now I'm wondering about that side of grace again. I mean, it's not too far away from this big knight, but that's clearly a very difficult enemy, right? The first time through. And he's actually fairly well, not difficult to get to, but certainly you can't run by the enemies to get to him, right? Because they'll just throw the fire things onto the barrels and kill you. So why is there a site of grace at the start of the castle? Then you go through really, really easy to deal with or fairly easy to deal with enemies with the hawks, and then you immediately reach another site of grace. But then you have enemies that are actually somewhat difficult to get through. At least you can't run by them that easily, and then you get a really tough enemy. It's a bit of a weird choice, I feel like. Yeah. Those side of grace placements are definitely a brick hammer. Okay. Yeah, I also feel like you're definitely meant to go into this place quite early on, which now makes me question the HP pool of the boss again. Ugh, so many weird things. I mean, because I do think that the like Margit as a boss has a bit of a high HP pool. I mean, I never fought the boss without the summon, so maybe he's actually easier to deal with than I thought, or maybe his attack patterns are probably easier to deal to learn than I thought. I just, as I said before, I never really learned them because I always summoned, right? Which is just something that I wanted to try because it was the first time that I saw a summon sign, and I liked the Rogia, right? Because he was going ham with his spells. But yeah, having your spirits there and also the summon, it does make that fight a lot more chaotic. So if you don't do that and if you just fight Margit on your own, maybe it's actually easier to figure out the attack patterns that he does than I think it is. That being said, though, I still think that his HP pool seems to be a bit high. Because the way this place is structured so far, and the enemies, maybe except for this knight in that room, the enemies so far seem to be fairly easy to deal with. So it's a bit strange that they play such a fairly challenging boss in front of it. And again, I think that the part that makes him the most challenging is his HP pool, because that means that you need to be pretty good with your execution, right? You can't make many mistakes. And the fight will be pretty long if you do it on your own. So, yeah, that's quite strange. I mean, in terms of difficulty, I definitely think that he is probably comparable to Gascoigne, for example, which, depending on how you traverse through Yharnam, might technically be the first boss that you encounter in Bloodborne, but Gascoigne has less HP. So, and you also have way more healing available in Bloodborne as well. So even if you mess up a couple more times, you still get a lot more chances compared to this. But now they're giving you all the options, right? Suddenly I get different weapons and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I think... how many weapons have I found here? Well, 2, right? So that's almost as much as I found in the entire rest of the open world so far. Give me a second. Okay, sorry about that. I just had to quickly deal with the lunch situation today. All right, the brick hammer. That requires 31 strength. That's strange. Okay. Well, I mean, I started with, what? 12 strength, and I leveled 17 times so far? 29. I mean... isn't that strange? So even if I had put all of my points that I've gotten so far into strength, I still wouldn't be able to wield this. Weapon made from an ordinary stone brick, wielded by a laborer who led a rebellion and later became a champion himself. Wait, later become? I think that's just a mistake, right? Even among other bludgeons of its size, this weapon is especially weighty. The strength of a giant is required to wield it. And it also has the barbaric raw skill, okay? Wielded by a laborer who led a rebellion to become a champion. I wonder if we've heard about this rebellion. Wielded by a laborer. The only thing that we've heard so far that could have been some sort of rebellion might be the Knight of Black Knives, which was talked about at the beginning, in the beginning cutscene. I wonder if that's a rebellion. Later become a champion. Wielded by a laborer who led a rebellion. Later become a champion himself. Could have been wielded by this Dung Eater guy, for example. Although, the strength of a giant is required to wield it. Wouldn't that suggest that it was a giant who led a rebellion and became a champion? Don't think we've heard anything about that. Was a giant, question mark? Strange. This has 30, right? Well, I mean, the Tree Sentinel was pretty big. I always find it like a bit strange. If this says you have to have the strength of a giant, first of all, 30 strength is not that much. Like, how does that work? Why would your character, as some sort of random tarnished, just because you're level into strength, suddenly have the power of a giant? I'm not the biggest fan of that description. It might fit if the strength requirement would be something like 50, right? Because that seems to be something, truly special. But, I mean, the Tree Sentinel clearly wasn't a giant. He was big, but, That's strange, right? That their requirements are so close to each other. I don't think that makes sense overall. That feels actually pretty weird. Okay, wait. I'm kind of confused as to where I'm supposed to go. Shouldn't there be a way to go upwards? Also, didn't we see a message earlier on that? Wait, in there? Or an item even? I guess you can just jump into it, huh? Wait, that's where we came from. That's someplace you can jump down to. But there wasn't anything this way either. Am I missing something here? Let me see. Can I actually? Almost. Yeah, there's nothing in there either. Wait, what? What? So we found this key. I feel like I'm missing something really obvious, huh? Is this, like, what? Is this an actual dead end? Are we supposed to go back to the beginning? Or something? I mean, we did find that talisman in the treasure chest, but I don't think that's all you can come here for, right? That seems kind of... Oh shit! Okay, yeah, never mind. Oops. I completely forgot that you would all... I completely forgot this. I completely forgot. I actually looked at this path, right? I came this way, said... I came out here, looked over there, said, oh yeah, that's probably how you continue. And then started walking over here. And for some reason, I completely forgot that I did that. And yeah, this, I should have known about this. Okay, that was, now I'm slightly concerned about my memory. Okay. That's a nice shot, isn't it? The fact that it's like framed exactly like this, where you can look exactly to the chapel. I also like the design on the doors. It's a very, I think, a fairly common design actually throughout. At least I've seen it on real world doors. That's why I like it so much. But yeah, this is actually. I wonder if they want to have like a deeper meaning behind it with this framing, or if it just wants to really, really point out, oh yeah, by the way, this is where you started the game. But that's definitely intentional. Silver pickled foulfoot. Okay. Which one did we have? The golden one, right? Okay. Boosts rune acquisition. Temporarily boosts item discovery. Ah, cool. 4 4-toed foot of a fowl, pickled in a silvery medicinal solution. I wonder about these medicinal solutions, because there's quite a few items that are like described like that, or they've been placed in a medicinal solution. So I do want to know more about that. I wonder if there's going to be a bit more elaborated on potential sort of alchemy things in the future. Since old times, the needy would scrape the meat clean even from a fowl's claw. Also, once again, yeah, this theme of removed limbs. I mean, that is something. I don't know if we can really connect these two, right? Because obviously, a chicken or something, you do remove the claws before you eat whatever they have, right? Or the feet rather. But I want to have these crafting recipes so that I can actually use them. Also, well, having said that, Well, the item discovery thing is neat if you see enemies that are wielding a weapon that you might like to have. You can try and farm them with this, right? This one's a bit different though, because I feel like, you know, enemies in general are actually dropping quite, like, not a lot of runes at all, I feel like. So actually going out and farming runes, I wouldn't necessarily know, at least at this point. I don't think that I've quite found, you know, a good quote-unquote farming route. Oh, that was weird. That was just the camera snapping behind, and since the wall was really black, I sort of thought that it was like a bug or something, but it's not. Wow. Now we get an actual full view of that entire area. Yeah, it very much, so the giant statue very much seems to be pretty much a giant copy of those smaller statues that we found here. But it's not the king that we've seen on the oil painted pictures, right? So maybe some sort of old god. Beautiful, oh beautiful. I can't quite figure out what that first area, so where we fought the first boss, right? What that section is supposed to be. If it leads to the, ultimately leads to the chapel. I mean, maybe it could be some sort of place for the people to gather for prayers or something, right? Since the chapel's pretty small, although, well, from the inside it did look like a typical sort of church with benches in it and stuff. Obviously not for a lot of people, but still enough. Yeah, I wonder what the sort of courtyard in the front is supposed to be then. And once again, it's quite unclear about sort of the history when it was built. In a way, it does look like it has been purposefully built on those rocks, but since it's partly destroyed, maybe not. That's hard to tell if that was intentional or if it just if it was just built sort of on a cliffside and then over the years the rocks just broke away. Also that castle in the background there. It's quite a big structure as well. Running and then jumping? Yeah, no. Nope. Okay, there's an item there. Probably going to be a couple more enemies here as well. Oops. Switch to the shield. Although... Huh. Nobody attempting to murder you. We're right above that other sort of small stone island that we saw earlier. That's a long drop, right? I really, really, really like the verticality of this place. I wonder how we're supposed to get down there. Because I do like the sort of how do I put it, disparity here in terms of size. So one of my main gripes that I have with Dark Souls 1 is that much of the world seems like it can't decide on what kind of size it actually wants to be. Like it just, it's very weird, right? I think that sort of the giant wall that Underberg has been built into in Dark Souls 1 clearly existed before. Potentially was built by dragons, whatever, right? And then Underberg sort of was placed within it. But still, the huge size differences in terms of structures in Dark Souls 1, and also the fact that they're not very detailed, obviously, I don't know, it just doesn't really work for me. I feel like it's not really able to convey a sense of, well, it doesn't really seem logical, right? It's very, very hard to sort of suspend your disbelief and think that the structures that exist within Dark Souls 1's world can actually exist like that. Even in like a twisted fantasy setting, they still don't really make sense. And sadly, the game is making absolutely no attempt whatsoever to actually explain the size differences between the structures, right? Which is pretty sad. So they just seem like some sort of arbitrary thing where maybe they weren't, because of engine limitations and technical limitations back then, they wanted to have some sort of really cool background, but they couldn't make it work in the level of detail that they wanted, so they just sort of took structures that look impressive from a distance, but don't take up that many polygons when you actually try to render them, right? And it resulted in these big, sort of oversized looking structures. I still don't think that's the way you should design that, but if that's the way, or the reason why they did it, I can actually, well, at least I can get behind it, right? The problem is, again, the game doesn't address it in any sort of way, and that's pretty bad. But here, what I really, really like about Elden Ring is that they're able to create this insane sense of scale. And I think it's also, they do something with the perspective. I don't know what it is, like if they simulate some sort of specific lens with the camera or something, because things that aren't even that far in the distance still look like they're smaller than they usually are. But that creates a sense of, oh, these things must be giant when you approach them. And it actually works out that way, right? Stormveil Castle from a distance doesn't even look that big. But if you actually approach it, it looks like this huge structure, right? And I don't know, these sort of size differences depending on different distances to the object, they're doing an incredible job with it. And the best thing about it is, even though Stormveil Castle from a distance, or rather, like the structure in and of itself, every time that you look into a specific direction, right? So let's say this way, right? Well, it's not entirely able to sort of bring my point across. But I don't know, look at this giant stone wall, right? In reality, that couldn't exist. First of all, nobody would be able to build it like that. It would have to have, ledges in between, and, this would never hold like this in reality, obviously. But because it has these giant structures on certain sides, it definitely looks fantastical, right? It looks, well, not real. Like it belongs into this sort of twisted fantasy world, right? And that's really cool, but at the same time, when you actually go through it, so while I'm sort of wandering around here and I'm, the stairs and everything, they are clearly human-sized, right? They're clearly meant for humans. So they have this, they managed to pull it off here, what they weren't able to manage to pull off in Dark Souls 1, right? Where it looks just weird, where giant structures and small structures are sort of awkwardly stuck together without actually making sense. Here, it feels like, okay, this place is clearly, there is some sort of magic to it, where it's clearly a much bigger structure than what would be feasible in reality. But at the same time, its purpose is clearly still for humans, right? It's not unreasonably large, because obviously while it might have been built with magic or whatever, you know, a staircase like this would still be a human-sized staircase because the people that try to walk up it are still small, right? So it has this internal logic, but still looks fantastical. They managed to pull this off here in Elden Ring, what they sadly weren't able to do in Dark Souls, at least for me, right? It always, obviously, depends still on the person and how much you can sort of suspend your disbelief in terms of what kind of potential structures might exist in a world, right? So that's clearly still something that you need to be, really? No, it's not an item. It's clearly still, something that you need to believe in, which is why it's so important to, ooh, another one of these. Okay. That's why it's so important to, to build structures like this in a believable way, right? Wait, is he actually? Okay. Holy fuck. No shit! Oh, that was so bad! Fuck! God, my timing was shit on that. Oh no, now I have to get back to it again. Oh. Okay, my timing was really bad on that one. Like, really bad. Okay, well. Well, I mean, at least the overall path that I need to take is definitely smaller, right? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Because I only need to get to the door that we unlocked. Yeah, I think that should be manageable. Because it's right there. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's actually not a... Yeah, okay. It's actually not a... It's actually not far at all. Huh. Yeah, well, buddy. Pretty shit if you already... if you've already done that once, right? I like the music this time around. For some reason, the music sort of swelled up a little bit. It had this sort of sneaky sound to it, like this dum 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 dum, right? When you're approaching, or when like in a movie when there's some sort of like sneaky situation going on. Okay, let me get my runes first when he turns back. I wonder if after the backstab, I'm gonna try and hit him with a holy thing. Okay. Could also try, there's like a giant hole in the ground there, right? I could try and lure him into it, I guess. Okay. that wasn't... Nope. Oh, shoot! He was, like, getting much closer to me than I thought he would be. What? Oh, I just... For a second there, I thought I actually fell down. Whoa! Why did that hit me, though? Ah, his attack time is, like, really weird. Shit! I pressed circle. Clearly not fast enough, though. His timings are sort of weird. I don't know. His attacks are really quick. A lot of enemies have had really quick attacks in this game. I thought I pressed, like, circle quickly enough, though. Definitely thought I did. Okay, this is going to be... Also, the holy pot did literally nothing. It did, like, I think 51 damage or something to him. Why did... What? Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, God. I really need to learn to parry. I really need to learn to parry. Holy shit. Well... How many runes do I get every time I do this? About, like, 500. Ooh, that was, closer than it should have been. Can you please just... Thank you. You kidding me? There's still a couple ones left over. That was, I was kind of surprised he didn't actually throw another urn. And now he does. Oh, but yeah, well, I'm slightly, I don't know if I can actually parry his giant halberd thing that he has. Commoners' shoes. Oh. Those are commoners? Okay. Modest shoes made of cloth. Standard wear for commoners of the lands between. Only there are no commoners remaining with their wits about them. Unfortunate. Well, at least going back here gives you easy access to your runes. Okay, I should probably, should probably heal. I am a bit disappointed by how little damage he took with that holy pot. Because I think that probably means that fire damage also wouldn't really do much to him. I don't know why I'm struggling so much with that. I feel sort of almost overwhelmed every time he does something because it's so hard to tell what he does and when he does things. I don't know why I'm struggling so much with that. Well, that was... What the fuck did I just do there? Oh, shit. Oh, well. At least I got him this time. Wasn't really a clean kill at all. It didn't even drop anything. Well, that's the thing, right? He's a very cool enemy, but I wouldn't necessarily want to farm him for his weapon or his armor, because that's probably way too heavy for me anyway. Hmm. Well, I mean, at least it was somewhat of an actual fair kill, I guess. I wonder if you have to drop down to that from here. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say, oh, we've seen these already, cool. So this is the place where they keep them, I guess. So I wouldn't necessarily say that, that I have too much trouble with these attacks, but I don't know, somehow there's definitely something to a lot of these attacks that... So this is some kind of elevator. There's definitely something to these attacks that a lot of stronger enemies do, where they are pretty... They have a lot of very, very different attacks. Some very, very quick and some very, very slow. And I don't know, I'm really, really struggling to find the good places to evade those for some reason. No enemy here? It's a bit strange. Okay, we can activate the elevator from here. That's only a armor. And... oh, well, I guess we can get over there if we call the elevator, right? Yeah. So many branching paths all of a sudden. Oh. Whoa. There's a couple of dudes here. Have you already seen me? Yes, he has. He's probably gonna shoot, right? Come on, attack me. Nope. I wanted him to attack me so I could do another guard counter thing. Okay. If you're doing ranged, I'm doing ranged. Oh, seriously? What is that? See that through the door? It looks like an enemy. Or at least something that's moving. Okay. This place is huge! The hell? Slightly... Where should I go? I had a feeling, well, I thought that the elevator would potentially take us to where we are supposed to go. But now that I'm looking at it, the elevator might actually be the optional path. Can I jump onto this? Oh yeah, you can. Throwing daggers. Where was this thing that I saw? Maybe it was something else. Wait, are those other daggers compared to what we already had? No. Oh, I never read the description of these. Poison bone ballad. Animal bone shaped into a knife for throwing with a poison-laced tip. Oh. It's, fairly straightforward. I don't think... Was there like another shortcut or something? I want to find the site of grace. I want to take my lunch break. I mean, at this point, there has to be another site of grace close by, right? It feels like that. Okay, well, yeah, I see one there. It also sounds like there's a couple more birds here as well. Oh, that's probably what I heard earlier. I was slightly confused as to what that was, right? That was like sounding like a rat, I think I said. It's probably a bird. Now that I think about it. Okay, I guess we'll just go outside first. And sort of take this top to bottom. So this place first and then further down. Oh, there you are. Hi. Can you please... Oh. Okay. Aha! Be wary of left my ass. Oh, how many are there? Wait, always great when enemies can just, you know, hit you through the wall. That wasn't a guard counter, but whatever. It worked out in the end. Well, that was, oh, exile gauntlets. Interesting. That was a few more enemies than I would have liked to have seen, but okay. Oops. Wrong menu. Exile gauntlets. Damaged iron gauntlets, worn by soldiers sent to the penal colonies. What the fuck is that about? Why would there be penal colonies? I wonder how many things I've written down that have question marks at, at the end. Because we're in the castle. We're not in some sort of penal colony. Technically, you know, shouldn't the castle be full of soldiers like we saw at the gate, for example? Like the normal soldiers? Weird. Okay, I guess that's where he was hiding. Holy shit, this place looks absolutely huge. Also, from this perspective, that sort of huge mountain in the distance looks much closer than from the ground, for some reason. The tree as well. I think that's just sort of an optical illusion, because you see them over the edge of the castle walls. It's still kind of weird. I mean, look at this. Look at how frickin' huge this castle is. And you can see knights down there even, so we can go. Wow, that's quite something, isn't it? Okay, I think this is literally just for the item, right? I hope, because there were so many different paths. Okay. That's the other side. I mean, it's really, really cool. Sort of the perspective that they're giving you here, right? All the places you can still visit, sort of. Wow. Oh, wait, but I guess that's the background. The background's, like, it looks really weird here, right? Because, so you see the castle walls, you can see the white towers, and everything sort of looks to be a lot closer together than from the ground. And since the earth tree is in front of the background, it makes it look much, much closer than we saw it before. Even though, technically, if we're looking on the map, right, This is the castle. And from the ground, it looked like the Erdtree was like here, but even way further north than that. Like somewhere, like, I don't know, very far away. And now it looks like it's literally here, right? Or even here. I mean, once again, I think they're doing some incredible things with perspective here. Although in this case, yeah, it is slightly weird. Those are the eagles as well that we saw, or rather heard, not saw in this case. And there is a summoning pool there, so that makes me think that a sign of grace is also close by. Okay, let's grab the item. Pull the room. That does make me think, though, that the section here, opposite of where I am right now, so down the staircase, that one, does make me think that this is the actual sort of correct way to go. Ah, there it is. Yeah, okay, we found the sign of grace, so that's great. That is a very, very great indeed. And there is another. What are these? What the fuck are these? These are literal cannons. But cannons with dragon heads? That's, I mean, these are normal-sized cannons, so I don't think if these could be responsible for the huge damage that has been done to the castle. Also, this is the exact armor that these knights are wearing, which I like very much. They have small dragons on their heads, right? Yeah. I was a creature with wings, antlers, and long... So... That's definitely a dragon. Which makes me wonder if what we saw earlier on that banner maybe was supposed to represent a dragon as well. I really like... Look at that armor design. So detailed. Very, very cool. Where does this lead then, though? So we have 2 elevators. Or does this not work? Ah, okay, okay. Great, so this is a shortcut that we unlock later on, clearly, right? Oh, this is a very, very comfortable room. I like this. Oh, there's one of these, what are they called? Horns. That they're using to constantly call enemies. I wish we could read this. Oh, hi, Miss Nabri. Yeah, thanks. Hope you like that. I mean, I'm really, I really like looking at details like that and thinking about how this works together. Like that shield, for example, right? It also seems to have the same sort of dragon on it as a crest. And it does make me wonder if, well, why do they have a lion and a dragon on their armor? Why not choose? Okay, so that seems like the path to continue then. Which is pretty much what we saw from above. And then, where does this lead though? Oh, well, that answers that question. So, 2 elevators we can't get to yet. This seems to be a lot further down. So I guess our next objective is probably to go through pretty much the entire castle. At one point we're gonna unlock this one, and then at some other point this one. Which I very much like. This sort of two elevator setup almost reminds me of the way they designed what was it called? I mean, it's a very different area to this one, but in Bloodborne the forest area also has these two elevators that lead down towards the boss room. Drawstring fire grills. I really like the attention to detail, yeah, I have to agree. It also seems, I mean, probably one of the biggest strengths that FromSoft has is also they're very meticulous in how they place things, right? It's not, I mean, sure, there's like background stuff like these crates that are there to just sort of make the place look more detailed. But I feel like they're still very, very meticulous about where they place things, which is usually, especially in open world games, not really the case. A lot of other games tend to just sort of, you know, it feels a lot more random in other games where they just, oh yeah, sure, we need stuff, right, to just put somewhere. But here it does feel like they're way more meticulous about where they place things and why. Or at least they definitely manage to hide, sort of fill in details a lot better as something that would really make sense, rather than something that is really just there to, I don't know, enhance it visually. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Okay, so I guess I have to continue this way then. Also, thanks for the follow, by the way. Yeah, nothing's an accident. That's something that I always really, really liked about these games. And I wish that other games would actually do that. I don't know, The Witcher 3, for example. It's such a great game in a lot of ways, but I feel like in The Witcher, for example, especially a lot of the loot and just in general items and stuff are just sort of, oh yeah, we need items, or we need swords for the player to find, so let's just give sort of random swords to soldiers, let's just put this here and this there. I mean, I don't want to, you know, put that down or anything. Still, there's still a lot of development time behind that, right? They still need to design those items, and they need to have some sort of system in place to randomly spawn them in. So it still takes a lot of time to do that. But I think if you spend that development time on items like this, then why not also make sure that they're purposefully placed? And yeah, in other games, it's just not the case, which is kind of a shame, because even though they spend so much time designing these items, ultimately they end up just being some sort of trash loot that the player just either picks up or completely ignores, and then, well, you sell it, you get something, oh great, you know, you never think about it twice. And it's even sometimes more of an annoyance. I mean, in The Witcher 3, you know, with the limited carrying capacity that you have, you spend a lot of times in menus just trying to figure out what you take with you and what not, even though most of it is literally just trash that you sell at some point. So that almost makes me feel, that always makes me feel bad, because, you know, clearly somebody had to design that, but ultimately they, unfortunately, yeah, handle it in a way where it just feels bad to the player, or more of an annoyance than anything else. And FromSoft is very, very good about making you grateful even about items that, you know, usually, like arrows, for example. Sometimes you run around the corner and you're excited, oh, there's an item, and you find these arrows, even though they're technically not that great, or you won't even use them, but it still feels a lot better than loot in other games. It still feels because it's purposefully placed, I guess, right? You turn around the corner, there is an item that has clearly been placed there because they wanted to reward you for turning that corner. Whereas in another game, yeah, it would probably just be some random stuff, right? Okay, this seems to be a long section though, and I wanna eat something. I haven't eaten today so far, so I definitely need to do that. Let's rest at the site of grace. I don't think, although I still have runes with me, right? How many do I need? A 96? Yeah, four are enough. So let's level up once. Still feels like 4,800 runes is quite a lot, especially since we had to defeat 2 of those fairly tough knights to get here. And we still don't really have a lot of stuff to level up further. Oh, also I didn't read this. Solidified grease made from a mixture of incendiary materials. A short string is attached to this lump. Quickly coats armament, inflicting fire damage, but with a brief effect, owing to its small size. Wait. So that's something you can throw, and this is stuff you can put on your own weapons. Huh? Why would you throw that on something if you have the cracked pots with fire as well? Unless it stays, but it says brief. I mean, well, brief can still be a couple of... So maybe you want to throw this first and then follow up with the a cracked fire pot thing? Interesting. Oops, I completely forgot what I originally wanted to do. But what was it for, right? Although the biggest question is, what do I actually want to level? I think I wanted to go for endurance this time, right? Why? Oh, right, because of the equipment load. Right. I need to increase my equipment load so that I can equip the cool crossbow without being heavy, without having heavy load. So this increases equipment load by what? 1.6. Okay, and the... Ooh, I think the crossbow was pretty heavy, right? I mean, I would unequip the short bow. Let me see. Okay, this is 1.6. Let me go back into the menu, actually. How many upgrades do I need? This weighs 5, and this... Oh, it's actually not that much. So this weighs 5, this weighs 2.5. Means I need endurance at 12, then. Right? I hope. Although it works with percentages, right? I forgot about that. It's probably some sort of percentage. Let me see. What would be what are we? 50. 2/3 of 50 are 32 point something? 33? Wait. 33 would be 16.5. Yeah, about 33 point. So it's not 2/3? Slightly higher. Probably 70%, right? Yeah. Isn't it? Oh, that's the same percentage as in Dark Souls 2, right? Probably Dark Souls 3 as well, then, I'd imagine. The old pine resins? I don't... Have I found those? I don't know if I should know what you mean by that. Pine resins was in... Oh, 1 quick casts. I guess that makes sense. I would have found out eventually, probably, when I used them. Yeah, it didn't really seem to make sense that you would throw them on the enemy. For a second there, I thought it was maybe for cooperative play, which would also be pretty cool if you could throw it onto like a person that's helping you, and their weapon then gets or gets lit on fire, or has the additional fire effect. It would be pretty cool. But yeah, so I haven't played Dark Souls 3. I don't know if Dark Souls 3 also has the 70% threshold, but this also seems to be 70%. So over 70% equipment load would be heavy. But that means that with every upgrade to your equipment load, the sort of benefit of it becomes less. Because it's percentage based, right? But I still think that I hopefully should be able to equip this with endurance at 12. I feel like. Oh, Dark Souls 3. Okay. Yeah, I haven't played 3. I'm still in like midway playing through Dark Souls 2, and I want to get back to that. But obviously, currently, Elden Ring's the new hot thing, and I wanted to get through this first. Pine resins, isn't that? Why is that name so familiar? What were the things in Bloodborne called? Didn't they have a similar name? What do I remember in terms of pine resin? I do remember something with that. Yeah, it seems to be 70%. I mean, it's not 2/3, so I just assumed it would be 70. And it's 70 in Dark Souls 2 as well, I think. So, yeah. Oh, well, I hope. One more endurance upgrade should get me to where I would be able to equip this without being heavy loaded. Although now I wonder what the lightweight load is. Probably something like 30 or maybe 40%. Oh, right, it was called bolt paper. Yeah, it was paper. But wait, what was where the hell do I remember pine resin from? That's not what it's called in Dark Souls 1, right? Or was pine resin something else? Ah, well, probably can look that up at some point. Okay, let me... So cool. Oh yeah, I mean this looks awesome, doesn't it? Oh well, maybe maybe I don't want to look at the background too closely. That's it's kind of a... It's not loading in the stones in the background behind the archery. For some reason the LOD on that's a bit iffy. Oh well. Yeah, this is gonna be it for now though. It was resin in Dark Souls 1, okay. Yeah, then that's probably where I remember the name from. Yeah, it probably has to be that then. Yeah. But that's gonna be it for now. I am going to take a lunch break. I need to eat something. I'll be back in, hopefully, like 1.5 hours or something. Something like that, yeah. And then I hope I can get in, like, another fairly long stream, hopefully. I don't really have anything else to do today, so, yeah. Probably, hopefully, a lot of Elden Ring to come. And take the lunch break. For a second, I thought I wanted to... There was something different on my mind. Oh, well, whatever. Light load is anything below 29.9. Okay. It's medium. Ah, yeah, thanks for the info. Well, I mean, yeah, I thought it was probably going to be something like that. When they have 70% as the upper threshold, 30% would definitely make sense as the lower one. Although that's still, you need really light stuff for that to work. I mean, I guess if you start with a class that from the beginning, like the bandit or something, they probably have a very lightweight armor. But so far, everything that I found has been a lot heavier. The weapons, especially. The only weapon that I found that was lighter is the dagger, I think. So, even if I wanted to go light load, I'd probably have to just remove most of my armor. Well, I mean, that's in a way that's good, right? Because it definitely increases the importance of actually choosing a class in the beginning. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, as I said, I will be back in about, well, hopefully 1.5 hours, something around that. Um, Eat lunch, take a small break, and then come back online. So, yeah, would really appreciate if you're there. Um, Otherwise, have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. And until, well, next time, until in 2 hours, 1.5 hours. Bye bye.